Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, it is my pleasure to welcome you at the Intersectoral event of the Polish Presidency, Health, Security, Challenges, Innovations, Future. For some of you, it is a second day with the Polish Presidency conferences, as yesterday we were hosting here the Promoting and Protecting the Mental Health of Children and Adolescents in the Digital Era conference. And some of you have joined us today. Thank you for visiting Krakow, the second largest city in Poland, which was the capital of our country until 1795. In this beautiful city, we have the honor of hosting you within the walls of the second campus of the Jagiellonian University, the oldest Polish university, and at the same time, one of the oldest universities in the world. It was founded in 1364. Today, in the Auditorium Maximum building, I would like to welcome in particular the representatives of the government of Poland, Minister Wojciech Konieczny, Secretary of State at the Ministry of Health, Ms. Joanna Mucha, Secretary of State at the Ministry of National Education, Mrs. Magdalena Sobkowiak-Czarnecka, Undersecretary of State at the Chancellery of Prime Minister, Ms. Katarzyna Kacperczyk, Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Health, Minister Andrzej Szeptycki, Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. I would like to also welcome the high-level representatives from EU countries. Ms. Aja Balot, Deputy State Secretary from Latvia. Ms. Nerija Stasiulienė, Deputy Minister of Health from Lithuania. Special welcome for the Vice President of Krakow, Mr. Stanisław Kracik. I would like to also warmly welcome the European Commission representatives, representatives of international organizations, non-governmental organizations, policymakers, representatives of the world of science, the rectors and their representatives from medical universities, national consultants, representatives of the diplomatic corps, medical professionals, students, and all of you interested in the subject of health security, also watching us online. During today's event, we would like to invite you to participate in inspiring panels and thematic sessions. Details of today's agenda are available in the program attached to the conference materials. Now, let me present you some organizational information to help you navigate today's plan. We will hear 3 plenary sessions. Session 1, dedicated to health security in the face of contemporary challenges and threats. Session number 2, challenges for the healthcare system in crisis situations and armed conflict. And session number 3, preparing society for crisis. After session 1, around noon, we would like to invite you for a coffee break, which will be served at the second floor, where we are currently. After the coffee break, the second session will start around 12:30. After this session, we would like to invite you for a lunch, which will be served at the first floor. Session number 3 is planned to start around 3 o'clock. Please be informed that you can move between floors using the stairs or use one of the 2 elevators. I would like to remind you that our conference is broadcast online. The broadcast is available on the Ministry of Health YouTube channel. Now I would like to invite you to listen the introductory speeches. So please let me welcome Minister Katarzyna Kacperczyk, Ministry of Health, Republic of Poland.
Good morning, ministries, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I have the particular honor and pleasure to welcome you on the second day of our meeting in Kraków. We had an excellent debate yesterday on mental health of children and young generation in the context of new challenges stemming, resulting from development of new digital technologies. It was like introduction to our today's discussion, because the purpose of our meeting is to discuss how to build the resilient, not only resilient health system, but also resilient and strong communities. As you know, we gathered today under the umbrella of the Polish Presidency in the Council of European Union, and we are great that health security is one of 7 pillars of the general priority of the Polish government, meaning security of the European Union, security of Europe. And I remember a few years ago when I was involved in organizing the Polish presidency in 2011, in different ministry, health was a marginal issue. Doesn't mean that we neglected it completely, but the interest by member states, the interest by European institutions, and the activities which have been conducted were really marginal and not that important. And today, in 2025, health is one of the priority, not only for our presidency, but also for other member states. We have difficult experiences from COVID-19 pandemic, which actually was the defining point, defining moment for strengthening the cooperation of EU member states in the area of health. And one other thing which actually occurred in the European Union is, in addition to growing importance of health agenda within the EU, is also completely different approach we are developing to health and to health security. Over the last years and decades, health was internal issue of countries, but also internal issue of health ministries. So usually we talk about the financing of health, organization of health system. Today we look at health security, at health issue much broader. And our today's meeting, our today's conference, it's a clear proof of it. We gather not only among health experts and health professionals, but we have representatives from different ministries, starting from the Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Defense, but also Ministry of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Culture. It shows that truly the health is going beyond the silos of Ministry of Health and requires also strong cooperation, intersectoral strong cooperation. And I need to stop here and thank you, Minister Sobkowiak-Czarnecka, for bringing this multidimensional perspective to different areas, but especially to health. There are a lot of cross-cutting challenges, as we discussed yesterday and we will discuss today. Starting from promotion, education, information, prophylactics, but also we have very non-conventional threats in terms of health aspect, like for instance climate change. We're cooperating also closely with the Ministry of Environment on the impact of climate change, of environmental threats on health. So this is also the new perspective we want to bring to our discussion. And last point, because to mention, we're talking about the cooperation among ministries, agencies, international institutions. We have today, and we had also yesterday, representatives from the European Commission, WHO, UNICEF, also from OECD. And it's clearly needed in terms of strategic orientation, policies, and also regulations. But the significant value added when we talk about the health security is also bringing on board representatives of the private sector, of businesses, and also patient organizations and of NGOs. And we believe that we can, in the 21st century, a century of unpredictability, of new challenges, we can only succeed when we are acting together and when we are bringing on board all the stakeholders, looking broad and looking far beyond traditional perception of health. So I wish you a very interesting discussion. Thank you very much again for joining us today, and also thank you very much on behalf of the entire Ministry of Health for the continuous support you are giving us, not only today, but also, I can say, since January 1st, 2024, when we started to promote this broad perspective to health security and also broad cooperation, bringing on board all the stakeholders. So thank you very much again.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Now I would like to invite to the stage Madam Minister Magdalena Sobkowiak-Czarnecka.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Poland, welcome to Krakow, welcome in the name of Polish Presidency in the European Council. As Minister Kacperczyk just said, the idea of this conference is to be cross-sectoral, that the issue of health, it's not only in the one silos, it covers everything. And when I was thinking what to tell you today, I thought that under this umbrella of Security Europe, which is quite obvious nowadays, I think we all feel what's going on around the world. I think under this umbrella of security, a few years ago, the obvious answer would be, what does it mean to be secure, to have a great army? Then it will mean to work a lot, to work 24/7. And I think the life is changing, the times are changing. And for now, also to feel secure, it means to be healthy. If there's no health, there's nothing. And I think that this conference also will lead to some kind of obvious result, that we need to get back to our roots. We need to get back from the point that we started. That if we don't have a health, we won't work 24/7. We won't have strong army. We won't have a strong industry. The health is the basis of everything. This is why it was quite obvious that among those 7 pillars of security in Polish presidency, health will be one of it. Of course, the other factor fostering this decision was the pandemic of COVID-19. You all know that before the pandemic, health wasn't the issue of European Union. But as during all the crises, and this is my private theory, that during all the crises, European Union starts to work in a faster, more efficient and different way. And it happened during pandemic, and now it's no clue, there's no doubt for anybody that health is also one of the issues that is common among the ministers, among the member states. And as Madam Minister said, the troubles that we have, the issues that we have to solve, the list is growing and it's not so obvious. And yesterday here took place a very important conference about mental health of young people. We have the whole generation which is touched by the social media, which is touched by the internet, and I'm pretty sure that Joanna Mucha will say more about it, about the young people in a moment. But I think it's a responsibility of us all to help this generation to get it through and also clean the path for the next generations, not to be touched so much with all the issue with the health, with the mental health issues. Another thing about security is the security of the critical substances, security of having our own medicines here in Europe. And keeping in mind the whole, I would say, trade war, which is starting to going on around the world, and keeping in mind our experience from COVID-19 pandemic experience, we need to work together, we need to act together to be here in Europe independent in terms of producing medicines, in terms of sources of critical substances, and I'm pretty sure that this is also one of the issues that you will cover today. Another issue is how to react for the natural disasters that are happening and will be happening, and how to construct the whole system of reaction also in terms of health, also in the terms of rescuing people's lives. And last but not the least, I would say, and for sure Prime Minister Gawkowski would say not the least, the issue of cybersecurity. You will cover today also the subjects of cyber data. Also, you will discuss about the whole cyber issues. And I'm pretty sure that for the health issues, this is also a challenge. That in the terms that we are exchanging the data of patients, in the terms that all those data are in the clouds, we need to keep our citizens secure about their health issues, about their private issues concerning the health. But on the other hand, we need to make sure that this exchanging in a digital way the data about health will help to have the same kind of treatments all around Europe. That the place that you are born in Europe cannot determine in what way you will be treated, when especially it covers the cancer diseases. So this is another challenge that we are facing. And of course, prophylactic, that I'm pretty sure that all here gathered in this room, you understand that it is much cheaper to prevent than treat, and I think you all know about it. So I wish you a really nice conversations. I'm waiting for the results for the Polish presidency, that we still have 3 months to work with. I see also the Danish colleagues here in the room, and we will follow with the Danish presidency in the trio. So have a very nice day in Krakow, and I'm waiting for results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to Madam Minister Joanna Mucha.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's so nice to meet you in this beautiful morning in Krakow. Madam Minister, thank you for having me. Mr. President, thank you for having all of us here in Krakow. We are really very grateful for the invitation. I have prepared a bit more formal speech, as I can just say it, tell it to you. Dear colleagues, civilizational progress, technological development, professional mobility, and globalization are processes from which both societies and individuals can and should benefit. However, with them also come economic inequalities, job losses, environmental degradation, and health threats. The unprecedented events of recent years, the epidemic, armed conflicts, and the negative effects of natural disasters have led governments around the world not only to recognize the threats, but also to plan strategic actions to reduce their occurrence. Speaking about health threats, it's necessary to point out the challenges and needs of Polish education. How can educational system, which undeniably should influence the attitudes of young people entering the adult world, better support and more effectively prepare students to make the right life choices, including those related to health? A good school is created not only by those who manage it, but by all partners involved in the educational process. Therefore, a key task today is to build a foundation strong enough to support complex structures. This task involves creating positive relationship based on direct communication, empathy, and understanding of others, while maintaining a balance between meeting one's own needs and managing emotions. This process should begin in the family and continue in the school environment. The school should not only aim to ensure well-being related to education, but above all, guarantee the protection of the mental health of all students, their parents, and teachers. Happy and healthy children become successful students. Therefore, creating an inclusive and supportive community in which every student's voice and experience matters will foster a sense of satisfaction, agency, and purpose, laying the foundation for global citizenship and, in turn, socially and economically responsible business. Recognizing the crucial role of education in individual development and shaping of civic attitudes, the Ministry of National Education began the EU presidency with a discussion on inclusive education and its unique role as a system of learning that ensures conditions for all children to learn and develop their strengths and talents. Inclusive education also helps prevent social alienation, exclusion from the labor market, and cultural isolation of individuals from disadvantaged backgrounds. The principle of inclusive education reflects the fundamental rights of all students as outlined in the UNESCO Convention Against Discrimination in Education, the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union. In light of the deteriorating health indicators of the global population, systemic educational measures are essential to develop skills for maintaining health and in holistic way. It is worth emphasizing that in the 2024-2025 school year, among the key directions of the state education policy, the Minister of Education, Barbara Nowacka, established an area called Health Education in Schools, which focuses on shaping health-promoting behaviors, developing physical fitness, and a habit of physical activity, and teaching first aid. The plenipotentiary for students' mental health has been appointed, who is working on preparing a strategy to support schools and institutions in ensuring the developmental well-being of children. The strategy should involve the entire community, equipping it not only with knowledge, but also with psycho-educational skills. The school should also respect the child by recognizing the role of the parent in the educational process, who can also serve as an advocate for the health values conveyed at school. Health education plays an important role in the education and upbringing of students, and the school's task is to shape health-promoting attitudes in students, including introducing them to hygienic behaviors and hygienic behaviors that are safe for both their own health and that of others, while also reinforcing knowledge about proper nutrition, the benefits of physical activity, and the importance of preventive measures. Healthy nutrition and physical activity are among the most important environmental factors affecting the child's physical development and health, as well as the educational progress. And I'm saying that with my experience of Minister of Sport in Poland. It was a very long time ago, but those experiences I can still remember. Kindergarten and schools, through various preventive and care activities, have a fundamental impact on shaping the desired health-promoting attitudes in children and in caring for their health. Given the global trend of overweight and obesity in societies, shaping proper health-promoting attitudes is especially important. Obesity is a serious cause of other diseases and can shorten life. It also has significant implications for mental health. The Ministry of Education is preparing to introduce an optional subject, health education. In principle, it will be a multi-stage, multi-phased and interdisciplinary process aimed at developing students' knowledge, skills and social competencies, enabling them to accurately identify their own and their surroundings' health needs and take appropriate preventive and corrective actions. The new subject will also focus on developing critical thinking and analyzing and evaluating health-related information. So as you can see, health issues are very important to us in Ministry of Education. I wish you a beautiful conversation, beautiful discussions, and all the best for you. And please find some time to visit Krakow, because it's one of the most beautiful cities in Poland. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. And now I would like to invite Mr. Andrzej Szeptycki, Undersecretary of State, Ministry of Higher Education.
Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Krakow, but welcome also to the Jagiellonian University. I'm very happy to be here, and the fact we are meeting at the oldest Polish university, that's already one of the reasons why I'm also here, to speak about the science and higher education aspects of the health security. What should we do to prepare ourselves for further health threats? Well, first, certainly we must seek excellence in science. To do that, well, it's very simple. We need money. Researchers basically like their work when they already find the money for it. The rest is much more easy and much more funny. In EU, currently, we are spending some 2.2% of GDP on the research sector. In Poland, slightly less. However, there are countries which spend much more. And I think which is important is that these are countries which directly face for many years threats of different nature, in particular military threats. This is Israel and South Korea. Some of them are not very popular, but still they are spending 4 to 5% of their GDP on research in the context of ongoing military confrontation with their neighbors. So first point, financing. Second question, infrastructure. Access to good infrastructure, often available maybe not on the site, but in some other countries. In Europe, we are working to make this access to research infrastructure, also medical infrastructure, more easy. We have, for example, ECRIN, which is the European Research Infrastructure Network, which is to make an access to clinical trials infrastructure more easy. Third point, data. Making data, as we say, fair, findable, accessible, interoperable and reusable. This is particularly important in the age of AI because AI needs data. So we need data which is of good quality, which is, as I'm saying, interoperable, so that scholars all around the world, in particular all around EU, can benefit from what the others have already found. International cooperation, another major aspect. In EU, this is of course the program Horizon Europe, the grants of the European Research Council, which finances the best frontier research projects, but also alliances of European universities, which is a new, quite prospective tool of permanent cooperations, long-term cooperations between 5 to 7 universities from different EU states. Research to business, another important aspect to make what we have found really useful for everybody. And finally, fighting dishonest practices like predatory journals, paper mills, and so on. So first point, excellence in science. Second point, excellence in higher education. In that context, I must start by saying that medical studies in Poland are sort of our top export product in the higher education sector, because we are having more and more of students from basically all around the world who are coming to Poland to start medical studies. We've been having a conference on that yesterday in Gdansk. So of course we are having students from, well, Ukraine, which is basically our biggest partner in the higher education sector, but we are having some people from Trinidad and Tobago, Sierra Leone, and some other countries you would never thought probably that they could start medical studies just here in Poland. Not too many of them, but really entire world is coming to us. So, what to do to improve this excellence in education? Well, first, recruitment procedures. On one hand, promotion of medical studies offer to attract best students. On the other hand, flexible, tailored visa procedures to facilitate the arrival of those who really want to study, but at the same time to eliminate, we've had cases like that in Poland, people who just wanted to get a student visa to get to Schengen zone. Studies program closely based on the newest research. So direct link between studies and research. Mobility. Erasmus+, but also the European Commission proposal, we are working on currently the proposal of the European diploma. Last but not least, accreditation of the program studies by independent agencies, like those which are members of European Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education. This accreditation is particularly important in case of medical studies because thanks to accreditations, our students have access not only to the Polish, but also to the European, but also in a way to the American markets after graduating from Poland. So, excellence in science, excellence in education, but I would also say these were very technical things I was speaking about. There are two or three more fundamental issues we must care about when we are speaking about how to prepare for further health threats. First point, academic freedom. This is something which is essential if we want to make frontier research, if we want to achieve the best results. We cannot allow any type of political or religious authorities to stop us from doing that research under the pretext it's not good. I'm not saying we do have to implement all the solutions we will find, but still at least we have to know. In particular, in the field of medical studies and medical research, there are several areas which are politically or morally sensitive. So I suppose you know probably better than me. I'm a political scientist, okay? So in many areas there are no really sensitive research topics. In your areas there are much more of them. Next point, promotion of science. We need to explain to our citizens that science is interesting, that science is important. That's why we need money for it. And last but not least, that they should believe what the scientists are saying. This leads me to the last point. This is fighting internal and external disinformation, something which has been already mentioned here. This is a growing problem, in particular in the medical area, let's put it like that. Of course, I have in mind all the anti-vaccination campaigns led by our local European populists, but also led by some external powers. People want freedom of choice. They don't want us, politicians or doctors, to poison their kids. Results are terrible. We've been having a month ago in Poland the first case of diphtheria after something like 50, 70 years, okay? Something, well, oldest doctors do not really remember anymore because such cases happened when they were students or kids. And now these illnesses are back because we are losing herd immunity, because vaccination rate is going down, once again, because we are having some politicians who are saying, I'm not deciding in the name of our people, let them choose. It's absurd. Or we are having Russia. There are studies on that which confirm it, that Russia has been supporting anti-vaccination movements in Europe even before COVID-19. Because the anti-vaccination movement and anti-vaccination narration combines very well with the Russian vision of the West, of Western democracy, which is corrupted, which shall not be trusted. So don't trust your politicians, don't trust big pharma, don't trust democracy. They are trying once again to poison your kids and to sell you the vaccines for thousands, millions of dollars. Okay, that's basically what Russia and the Russian trolls, medias has been telling us for at least the last 10 years. I'm not ending on a very optimist note, sorry for that. That's a little bit how I prepared my speech, but one way or the other, I think the topic is of major importance. I think that science has to play a major role when thinking about health security. So I wish you fruitful debates, and thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you very much. We are a little bit earlier, but I think that we are ready to start our session 1 dedicated to health security in the face of contemporary challenges and threats. That's why I would like to invite to the stage the moderator of this session, Professor Mariusz Klęcki, Director, Department of Medical Personnel Development, Ministry of Health of Poland. And also panelists, Mr. Bartłomiej Kurcz, Deputy Head of Unit, HERA, European Commission. Madam Minister Katarzyna Kacperczyk, Undersecretary of State, Ministry of Health. Mr. Ihor Perechiniec, WHO. Mr. Antonio Parenti, Director General for Health and Food Safety, European Commission. Mr. Paweł Jaworski, Director, Department of Adaptation to Climate Change and Urban Policy, Ministry of Climate and Environment. Mr. Björn Gillester, Managing Director, Gavi. And over to you, moderator.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I must confess that I'm a little bit confused because we haven't started the first session yet, and we have already heard some, I think, very precise diagnosis and of the situation and even a lot of possible solutions to the threats to the health system and to our security in general. But we will try to go deeper into the topic of health security. But let me start with a little confession. When I read Francis Fukuyama's The End of History and The Last Man back in the 1990s, I didn't realize he was completely wrong. His idea of, nowadays, his idea of the primacy of the liberal democracy over all other political systems seems to be rather naive. But back then, especially in our part of Europe, it was very attractive. But on the other hand, the end of history, that sounds like the never-ending era of boredom. And who knows, maybe Francis Fukuyama quite unintentionally put the famous Chinese curse upon all of us. May you live in interesting times. And of course, interesting times mean times of trouble. And indeed, since then, we have faced the financial crisis of 2008, the COVID pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and right now we see probably the dawn of the global tariff wars. So we really live in interesting times, and that's why we need to prepare for more trouble. And coming back to health security, when we look nowadays at our hospitals, they look very different from what we can recall from the 90s. And the key difference is, I think, is in technology, which is strongly correlated with digitalization. But that comes with a cost. Our hospitals are much more prone to cyber attacks than ever before. So we are going to start with the pressing issue of cybersecurity. And I would like to ask Mr. Michał Dondajewski from NESC to give us a keynote speech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to introduce you to such an important session, which is about the contemporary challenges and threats. I'm not from the health sector. I'm from the cybersecurity, especially from CERT Polska, which is an abbreviation of Cyber Emergency Response Team. We are operating in the structures of NASC, Research and Academic Computer Network, the National Research Institute, which is a register of PL domain and which provides advanced IT services. CERT Polska is the first incident response team in Poland since 1996. And since came into force the Act of National Cybersecurity System, which is an implementation of NIS directive, we are carrying out the tasks of the CESURT NASC. What are the most important challenges right now? The competitiveness of the European Union is a key factor to grow, and security is needed to survive. Those two, competitiveness and security, are like two lungs and cannot be treated separately. In fact, the security and high levels demanded by the European Union increase and enhance the competitiveness, because the strong security builds trust and attracts investments. And especially, cybersecurity is a key element that makes an innovation and allows companies to grow. We, as the CESURT NASC, the National CESURT of Poland, are receiving reports from all our constituents, which are the civilians, the companies, and the public institutions. We see a serious rise in the number of incidents. It is about 50% of growth every year. For example, in 2024, it was about 130 phishing and fraud attempts, 80 malware, 6 ransomware cases, which are the most critical types of attacks, 22 unauthorized access, which leads to compromise of information. It is caused by such as vulnerability exploitation. Vulnerability is a flaw in a program, in a software, which leads to such an incident that attacker can use to take the information to intrude in the system. Unfortunately, 11 of those was a serious incident that had an impact on medical services. Digitalization is unavoidable right now. Everyone knows the benefits of it. Of course, it increases efficiency and productivity. by automation of processes, automation of monitoring, and access to real-time data. It provides cost saving by virtualization. It makes reduction in physical resources, in human resources. By establishing a global connectivity, it is possible to enable instant communication and collaboration, such as remote surgery. But of course, there is also a dark side. Moving all the resources into a new sphere creates a new surface that is vulnerable to cyber attacks. And similarly, connecting all the data into one system makes a threat of privacy issues that we must deal with. The European Union introduces right now a few acts such as Cyber Resilience Act, Cyber Solidarity Act, and in health sector, an European Health Data Space Regulation. Cyber Resilience Act introduces a new mandatory security standards such as mandatory reporting obligation. There is also a mandatory product certifications in certain types of products. The Cyber Solidarity Act introduces a European cybersecurity alert system, which introduces new entities that can early notify about new threats. Cyber Solidarity Act also introduces an emergency mechanism, which depends on the funds and make the one country able to deal with serious and large incidents basing on help on the from the other countries. European Health Data Space Regulation introduced a European wallet of medical data, and it challenges the integration across borders. It makes challenges of standardization and privacy protection among countries. But those regulations will provide an impact that will increase the competitiveness and the security of the sectors, on every sectors. In health sector, the healthcare systems will be secure by design, which is not an obvious right now. With those mandatory standards, the patients, the healthcare providers, and the vendors will trust the safety of the solutions. Similarly, in defense sector, protecting critical infrastructure will ensure that the systems will be quickly recover from the serious incidents. And for every citizen in the citizen security, the risk of the cyber attacks on the devices and the systems will be just reduced. So CERT Polska is going ahead with the challenges and provides the answers for those problems of the contemporary world. We are providing the warning list that prevents the users from visiting the malicious websites. When the user tries to visit the deceptive site, they will see those red warning that explains why the website is dangerous. We are providing a short number 8080 where users can send a text and SMS's texts which are malicious, and basing on that insight, we are creating a patterns that we share with the telco providers, and basing on those patterns, the text messages are blocked and they are not delivered to the users, to the citizens in Poland. We are providing a malware database system that allows to recognize malware samples and perform their analysis. Since February, we launched in February the Moje CertPL, which means My CertPL in English. That is a platform that integrates all the services we provide for administrators. So it is one place available for everyone that owns a system in the internet. It is totally free, and on that website, the administrator can order a scanning, can see password leaks regarding their domain, and see all the events regarding their network in the data stream that we have. ICT scanning. So I would like to introduce to Artemis, the open source website vulnerability scanner. It is open source, so everyone can download it, see the code, or even deploy it in their own network to perform their own scanning. But our instance of Artemis that we provide scanning for those who requests one, we scanned over 250,000 domains and IP addresses. We found over 500,000 vulnerabilities on those websites, and about 35,000 associated with high risk, which is very important to prevent. We perform scanning with collaboration. For example, in health sector with sectoral CESIRT SES, and National Health Fund in Poland. So we have a comprehensive approach to scan all the entities in health sector in Poland. Scanning with Artemis makes us lessons learned that we can share. So when we share the notifications about found vulnerabilities, there is often no response from the side of the entity. When we retake the tests, there is very often the same problem again. So we would like to have assigned appropriate priority to the problems we are pointing out. In such a scale I showed before, the telephone escalation is ineffective. There is no such a human resource that can call to every entity and put their attention on the report that we sent. The reporters, the administrators that report website for scanning until now did not have an inventory of resources that we are scanning and the knowledge when the scan will be performed. And we need a legal basis, and those legal basis is a consent of the entity that asks us for scanning. So for those problems, those challenges, we launched Moje CertPL that automates the process and provides the results on demand. I said before a vulnerability, and vulnerability is right now the nightmare of the cybersecurity. It is regulated by NIS2 and CRA regulations. In the Article 12 of the NIS2, there is a need for a process of coordinated vulnerability disclosure. CERT Polska became a CVE numbering authority. What is a CVE? CVE is an international program introduced by the Americans, by the MITRE organization in 1999. And it's the global standard for sharing information about the vulnerabilities and distinguish them into the unique identifier. Having prepared for the NIS2 directive, we established this process of coordinated vulnerability disclosure, and we are a CNA since August 2023. In our scope are vulnerabilities discovered by us and vulnerabilities reported to us, which are not in the scope of another CNA. And on this diagram, there is a structure of this major organization of the CVE program. For example, in 2024, we assigned 88 CVEs. In the CRA, there is an introduction and implementation of single reporting platform, which will become one place to report all the actively exploited vulnerabilities and the incidents in the European Union. So we are actively participating in the consultations of the design when it came into force. It is crucial to quickly react on the vulnerabilities. So we are sending the notifications on the critical vulnerabilities to the administration, to the administrators, with the advisory what should they do to patch their system, and it is needed to maintain a secure system. For example, in last year we had a large process on vulnerability disclosure. It was regarding 3 vendors of medical clinics software. It was affecting Eurosoft, Dr. Eric, and Estomet. And those 3 vendors used a very similar, they made this similar mistake. They used hard-coded credentials in the code. So every instance of the software was data in the software was encrypted by the same key. If the attacker know the key, he would connect with the database and just collect all the data. So this incident, we learned from this incident that there are roles for handling such an incidents, but there is no widespread awareness. There are us, we coordinate the process. There is a health sector CESIRT team, and the entities take their role and understood it appropriately. But the time of remediation is still too long. It took about half an hour to solve the problem on those programs. So the data of the patients were available on the internet in some cases for a very long time. I mentioned the availability in the internet because we also see a lot of errors on the administrator's side. For example, not only they use the vulnerable program, which happens, but they published those infrastructure in the internet, so everyone could connect to them and try to decrypt the data. For more information, I invite you to take the annual report. It is freshly published on our website, the Polish security website. And just thank you. If someone wants to take a QR code, I will leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dondajewski. I think you have left us with several impressions. One is that cybersecurity is a very complex issue and that we need more IT experts in the health sector. And the second, my second thought is that we have solutions to assure the security of medical equipment, but I think that the weakest link in security is nearly always a human being. So maybe we should think about some version of education for cybersecurity, not just IT experts, but also at the level of regular people who use smartphones, computers connected to the internet, and we all are exposed every day to cybersecurity issues. And who knows, maybe also medical professionals should be taught how to cope with these problems. And you have mentioned the European Health Data Space, and as EHDS framework is being created, I don't know, maybe we could have some assuring comment from the European Commission. Director Parenti, may I ask you for a word?
Yeah, it's working. Many thanks. Well, first of all, thanks for the invitation to this conference. So thank you for the Polish Presidency for the leadership in these 6 months and having place on the agenda of their presidency, health in a very prominent position and health security among the issues. And thanks for organizing this in Krakow. It's been 2 days for me here, and I discovered a lot of interesting subjects, but of course an amazingly beautiful city. And having studied in Bologna, I feel particularly attached to one of the other oldest universities in Europe. So I'm very happy to be here. I'm happy also to give a few words of comfort in cybersecurity. It is true, it is a problem, and we heard a lot this morning about this is problematic. It is also true that it's at the core of our health data project, because if we want to create a European space of data in health matters, we also need to be secure that this data is secured. So we are paying a lot of attention. Normally, the impression that we have that there is a moderate security in the field of health, but we are also planning to reinforce this security. We just launched an action plan to support hospital and healthcare providers to enhance their cybersecurity measure, and this will also help member states in strengthening the cybersecurities of hospital. Of course, cybersecurity of health data is not only in the hospitals, it's the classical apps that monitor your sleeping patterns, for example. But it's true that in hospitals you will have the most sensitive data concerning the persons, and therefore the cybersecurity of hospital today is of particular importance. It's also important in an optic of security per se, not just cybersecurity, because in unfortunate times, not interesting necessarily, but certainly unfortunate times we are living right now, one of the institutions which will bear the brunt of an eventual escalation in terms of military, in military terms, will indeed be the hospital. So imagine what will be a situation like that with hospital being attacked in terms of their cyber security. So situation is not too bad, actually. It's overall moderately good, but we need to continue working, and we're working with this action plan, and we're working with reinforcing the European health data space, and we're working with member states in doing this.
Thank you very much. That was really reassuring. And indeed, when you think that with hospital information system down, we are close to unable to perform even simple procedures in the hospital, that brings the problem of cybersecurity to the highest level, I think. But let us now move on to another imminent threat, which is climate change and some problems related to it. I mean, urbanization and migration. How can they affect the public health? Mr. Paweł Jaworski from the Ministry of Climate and Environment. Yes. Could you please give us some clues?
Using presentation.
Yeah, please.
If I can.
Please do.
Because, you know, I'm really stressed here since I'm not an expert in public health or health sector. I'm just a simple urban designer and philosopher, so it's hard to discuss with such distinguished audience about, no, that's not mine. It's with the eagle on the front and my name, and I'm still from Poland, not from Norway. Yeah, and our great Sweden, yeah, sorry. Yeah, our great host asked me to deliver stand-up comedy speech about climate change, and this task is too ambitious to me, I think, so I will give you some insight into my world of climate risk assessment, and building climate resilience, because that's the most important point, that yeah, climate resilience, because we are talking about security, and climate resilience is an important part of building security, and it's also a priority of the presidency program. Can I use the pilot? This one, yeah? Oh, great. So, data at the beginning and state of art, where we are and what's happening, because as you can imagine, studying climate change is about change mainly, not about what's happening right now, but what will happen in the future, because most of knowledge in the field of climate change studies is about modeling, about forecasting, and so on. Mainly, we are using the data from Copernicus Climate Change Service. It's a service of European Union, and this service supports our decisions, informs us what's happening right now in Poland, in Europe, and globally. And yeah, the last year was the warmest one, and it's a set information for the beginning. I was studying here in this beautiful building, modern philosophy, and we are discussing about assisted suicide, because it was a course in modern ethics, and we're wondering if there is a life that is unworthy to live, if there are any situation that we should end our life. And this strange context is a great context for my speech, because climate change is really extreme, and I would like to show you some data and some insights into the politics of building climate resilience. So the last year, the 2024 was the warmest one, and we have crossed the threshold of Paris Agreement. Paris Agreement is some political act that shows that we should stop, we should cut greenhouse emissions because we would like to fight with climate change and extreme climate events. And scientists said us that if we cross permanently this line, I mean this border of 1.5 degrees, the events will be even more extreme and what's the most important, unpredictable. So the climate will change unpredictably. Sorry. The trend is like you see on this chart, that we are really close to the border. So we need several years without climate change action, without mitigation, without adaptation, and we will be in the world of unpredictable extreme weather events or climate events. And yeah, that's only data about climate. So let's switch to health, because climate change affects public health, and it's a really huge issue for Ministry of Climate, Ministry of Health, or for our cooperation, for our link in our daily work. So heat waves and really high temperature is connected with heat stress. I mean, with the feels like temperature. And what's really important that in Europe, we experience growing number of days of strong heat stress. What does it mean for us? That we will be facing, we are facing right now and will be facing in the future, problems with heat-related illness, cardiovascular illness, for example. We'll be facing problem with air pollution, asthma, with increasing allergens, changes in ecology. That's really important because there will be new illness and new illness in Poland and in Europe. Data. 2022 summer, really hot summer. More than 60,000 heat-related deaths in Europe, and we can say we are in Poland right now. We are in Central Europe, so that issue is abstract for us. No, it's not abstract, because if we look at the trend and investigate where the heat-related mortality is, this indicator is growing, we can see that Central Poland, Central Germany, Northern France, Belgium, that's area where this problem, this issue will be bigger. Spain, of course, the Southern Europe, we know that the heat waves are important problems of this area, but also in our part of the European Union. Yep. And the central issue, cardiovascular diseases, because we have learned that there is connection between the growth of temperature, average temperature, and the risk of death from cardiovascular disease. And yeah, it's also a speech about economy at the end, because European Environmental Agency, our closest partner in studying environment and climate change, have found that we need 2,082 billion euros. We are spending this amount of money because the number of people, ill people, or people with cardiovascular diseases is growing, and 80% of this amount is caused by environmental factors. So that's why we should take climate action. We can talk about mental disease, because there is a link between the risk of heat waves and risk of schizophrenia. And we can talk about vectors and pathogens that are moving around Europe, around continent, and it's connected with climate change. And that's what's happening right now. That's what's happening right now in Poland, in Europe, but the future will be even worse. As I said at the beginning of my speech, the climate change research is mostly about modeling, about forecasting what will happen in the future. And we know that without climate change mitigation, without climate action, without cutting greenhouse emissions, the temperature will be really higher. And it was calculated that in several years, the heat-related mortality could be equal as COVID-19 mortality. The future is, very near. Sorry. And it was estimated that if no adaptation measures are implemented, the global warming level will be at the level of 1.5 degrees, and there will be even bigger extreme heat mortality, 10 times bigger and 40 times bigger. So that's why we are taking action. We are focused on climate action in the field of mitigation, in the field of adaptation. Mitigation is about cutting greenhouse emissions, and adaptation is about adapting to existing state, to extreme events. And the European Commission is prepared EU strategy on adaptation to climate change. It was several years ago, and the public health sector was central for this document, one of the most important topic areas. Right now, the Commission is working on the European Climate Adaptation Plan, and during the presidency period, we are cooperating with DG Klima in this task. We are asking which type of action should be addressed in this document, what should be written there, if we need a new budget for adaptation. It's also an important question, as the Deputy Minister said. We are also talking about money for adaptation. And what's the most important, it will be a basis for future legislation. So we are in front of preparing new legal acts, new solutions for climate adaptation, because it's really new type of activity, of political policy activity. The basis for this plan is the first European climate risk assessment, and I really invite you to look through this document, to read it. It's really huge. However, it's really interesting because it was the first situation in Europe when we studied, the whole group of climate change experts, we studied all climate risks, their impacts or climate hazards, and connections between them. So we learned that there are several climate-related and non-climatic hazards in the field of public health, and they are connected with different aspects of building resilience. For example, biodiversity. It's my field. It's an element of my private, public and professional life that we are trying to improve biodiversity and strengthen the resilience of ecosystems, but also with food security, built environment, and water resilience. And at the end, we have these three areas we should, that should be a part of future climate action. Labor force, because there are a lot of people working outside, and when we have heat waves, it's a great issue. Human health or public health sector, and health systems. In this document, there is a very interesting assessment of major risks in different areas, in different clusters, and the cluster of health looks like this. So the most important risk is heat stress. Maybe it's obvious, maybe not, and it's catastrophic. So the issue is right now and will be even bigger in the future. Risk connected with wildfires. It's a problem of Southern Europe, but in future also in our part of the Union. Well-being due to non-adapted buildings. So construction and housing cluster, housing sector will be also affected by climate change, and we should focus our attention on action in this area. Heat stress for outdoor workers. We are now working with the Ministry of Work, and we are wondering how to prepare new solutions for outdoor workers, and so on and so on. And the European Environmental Agency listed some important solutions, measures that should be implemented, increasing the capacity and preparedness of the health sector. We are discussing about it right now. Improving the resilience of health infrastructure. It was also mentioned by deputy ministers that it's a great topic and we should work with this aspect. But also developing urban adaptation. That's my task. My department is responsible for building urban adaptation and implementing urban adaptation plans and local resilience policy. It's also important for health resilience. But the readiness is rather medium. We have different issues, different problems we should face. For example, we don't have legislation for outdoor workers. Rebuilding and reconstruction of public space is rather hard. We need a lot of money and a lot of time to prepare our cities for heat waves. But it's our task for next years. Right now in Poland, we are preparing our climate risk assessment. This project is called Klimada, and it's carried out by the Institute for Environmental Protection. So we are studying climate risks in different clusters, sectors, and areas, and also health. And that's why we are cooperating with the Ministry of Health to collect the best data we can. And next year we will prepare our national adaptation strategy, and we will also discuss how to strengthen the resilience of health sector in Poland. All data I used you can find on Climate Adapt platform, and please do it after the conference, or even use the European Climate and Health Observatory. It's a part of the Climate Adapt platform. It's a platform prepared by European Environmental Agency. They provide the data about data on climate change, on cluster, and helps us with our policies, with shaping the best climate resilience policy, and also climate resilience policy in the cluster of public health.
Thank you very much. for your insightful presentation, although it wasn't that much comforting, I think. And I feel that Björn Gilseter would like to relate to it. Am I right?
Sure. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Björn Gilseter. I'm from Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, and I think there'll be another round when I get to introduce the institution a little bit more. I just wanted to react to this really interesting presentation by Mr. Jaworski. You did list communicable diseases out there, and you talked about vector-borne diseases. You talked about dengue and malaria as some of those diseases that will be coming, that will be moving as the climate changes and as temperatures warm. Let me add a few more diseases: yellow fever, cholera, meningitis, and typhoid. Now, I think you wanted some good news when you asked me to come in and make some comments. And the good news really is that for many of these diseases, we do have vaccines. One example is for yellow fever. Just over the past 23 years, we estimate that has averted some 2.3 million lives globally through that vaccine. And we often forget that vaccine is a tool for adapting to warmer and more unpredictable worldwide climates. Immunization shields populations from the worst effects, and it reduces illness, hospitalization, and it prevents death. So when you talk about important policy action, I think here is one area where we can make even more progress. Let me highlight just 2 vaccines that have just come on the market not so long ago, and it's 2 vaccines for against malaria. Malaria is one of those diseases that is neglected in terms of science, but now finally we do have 2 of them. They're not perfect, but they do make a big difference. And Gavi intends to vaccinate 50 million children over the next 5 years against malaria, which is, I think, to 80 or 90% in Africa. So that's what I wanted to respond to this presentation. I'll say a few more words later. Thank you.
Thank you, and it was comforting, really.
Oh, good.
But when talking about the climate change, I cannot help but mention the concept of anti-fragility as it was laid out by Nassim Taleb. And the idea is not to build a system that is resilient enough to withstand all possible threats from the outside world, but instead to build a system that is able to thrive when exposed to the stressors. And I think that actually the ecosystem on Earth is a perfect example of such a system. So I'm quite certain that the ecosystem will survive the global warming. The problem is whether humankind will survive, and that's why I'm very glad that we are not only talking about how to mitigate the climate change, but also how to adapt to the change. And I think that that's become the crucial point. And Mr. Minister Kacperczyk.
Just one sentence to relate also to this excellent presentation. So thank you very much. You outlined in an excellent way the impact of climate change, environmental challenges on different type of diseases risk, and then the cost also related out of it. I believe one aspect we should also keep in mind when we talk about the impact of climate change on the not only health, I mean our personal health or health of our societies, but also the impact on the entire health system, and not only in the financial matters, because climate change, as we all see, result also in unpredictable events, right? Like floods, fires, etc. So we need not only to adapt the system financially, to adapt the treatment and responsive to new diseases and the spread and the fast spread of the new diseases, but also to prepare the system for the unexpected events. So we have faced the big flood few months ago in southern part of Poland, when we need to evacuate health facilities, hospitals, and also the similar way. It's not about only evacuating, but also to prepare the system in terms of treating victims of unexpected events related or occurring because of the climate change. So it shows clearly that it's a multi-dimensional impact on not only of health, but also on the health system.
Thank you. Absolutely true. And my thought was that in Poland, people die from the falling trees, and these trees fall because of the strong winds, and these winds are caused by the heat, actually. So the issue is very, very complex, and the answers have to be multidimensional, as you have said. So, any other comments on the climate? No. Okay. So, COVID-19 pandemic showed us how vulnerable our health systems are, especially in terms of medical personnel. It also showed how important international cooperation is in such circumstances. One cannot build a wall to keep the disease out of the borders. It's quite obvious. Now the question is what we have learned from that for the future. And I would like to ask Director Antonio Parenti to share his reflections.
Thank you again. Indeed, what we have at the moment is a number of challenges. I mean, let me start, for example, for the dramatic challenge that we have of maintaining medical personnel in a number of areas. I mean, the recently published OECD and Commission report tells us that there is a shortage of 1.2 million doctors, nurses and midwives across the EU, and this is a figure which, of course, masks a lot of difference between the European countries. So we have a dual challenge. On the one hand, we have a population which is getting older, and by getting older requests more medical services. On the other hand, we have also an aging health workforce, which increase the need to replace those medical personnel, which is going to retire in the near future. We're talking about a third of the current, a third of a doctor and a quarter of the nurses, which are in the EU aged 55 or over, and therefore going to be retiring in the coming years. So we have, of course, a need to replace doctors, but we also have a need to maintain and make the profession more palatable to young students. And here again, we also have some figures that tells us that students are less and less interested in starting the journey, which is often a very long journey, to be an health professional. So we are, of course, working with member states in this. We have a number of programs that we run at European level with member states to help them in fostering recruitment and try to fill some of these gaps. We also count a lot in the future on artificial intelligence, because that will be of great importance to ease the burden of the medical personnel at large. But this is clearly an important challenge that we have to face today, and we need to face in a very coherent and holistic manner at the European level.
Actually, the COVID pandemic was a direct impulse to create the Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority in September 2021. So, Mr. Bartosz-Kurz, please tell us what is HERA's perspective now.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, I think I will start by saying what Hera is, or Hera as some people pronounce it. So it's not a great Greek goddess, you know. She was fairly ferociously persecuting her enemies or perceived enemies. Now, we're not persecuting any enemies, perceived or real, but we're vehemently persecuting viruses and bacteria. Now, but more seriously, a lot of people think that we are an agency. We're not an agency, that we are some sort of a alien body. We're not. We are part of the European Commission. There is a reason for that. There was recently a review of HERA that proved that we served its purpose as the service of the European Commission. So it is a health emergency and response authority. It was created as an agile structure, something that should be closer to member states, of course, due to the competence, as well as closer to European citizens. And I think that's my first message. That's very important. We want to keep that spirit in HERA. You should remember that European institutions are therefore not for European institutions. They are for citizens. They are for stakeholders. So if you have any concerns, any expectations, any needs, come to see us, and we still want to maintain that spirit. Now, it's true. I remember, of course, when HERA was created, and I remember January 2022. There were only 6 of us, and we had that feeling of being blessed or cursed by history and by interesting times. So 6 of us were trying to figure out, my God, how are we going to save the world from COVID? But of course, that brought us to enormous challenges that were laying ahead of us. At that time, the focus was very much COVID, and was very much COVID contracts and vaccine contracts. But HERA was created as a structure that was supposed to go from threat detection, threat surveillance, into looking at the area of medical countermeasures. So what kind of medical countermeasures are we having? Do we have them enough? Do we have to research on them? And finally, can we procure them and stockpile them? So sort of an end-to-end idea. And again, I think we are maintaining that spirit. There's going to be, Commission is going to hopefully adopt in the months to come an MCM strategy, focusing on how do we tackle the question of access and availability of MCMs in Europe. And certainly COVID proved how important Europe was in delivering on something to citizens that citizens expected from Europe, yet that there was not an obvious competence for Europe to act. So on the lessons learned, I think we learned that if we act together in Europe, that's much better than we act individually. We are more stronger if we procure things together in such circumstances than separately. I can only tell you that there was a country very close to Europe, very rich, and he thought it would obviously could get vaccines, and he couldn't. He couldn't because the market wasn't big enough. Europe was the big market, I think that very much proved how European dimension was important. But that's on the response. Now on preparedness, we're doing a lot of things on preparedness. We are building IT systems that can connect all sorts of surveillance systems that exist, so that we have really a strategy on how to detect threats and how to deal with them. We also look at the ways how we finance innovative products. We partnered with the EIB, and we have a structure called Hera Invest, where we invest partly. There is the private sector have to invest, and the EIB finally will provide a very advantageous loans for developing of new products in new and innovative products. But that's not it. What we do offer as well is that if member states come to us and say, listen, it's much better to do things together, can we have a joint procurement? Then of course we can offer to buy this together and have a much bigger purchasing power. And finally, it's the first time actually Europe was really looking at the stockpiling of medical countermeasures. There was a budget given to it, and we, together with the other parts of the Commission, spend a very considerable sum of money on stockpiling medical countermeasures, and we are learning lessons from it too. Now we're looking at that. How do we maintain this stockpiling? In the future, how do we look at new threats? How do we try to ensure that there is a synergy between what member states offer and what the Union can give as an additional point? So we are there. We are young, agile, and as I said, don't hesitate to contact us if you think you have an idea how to better protect us from threats.
Yeah, that's comforting. We have a partner in European Union. That's great, I think, for all member countries. And the pandemic underlined the role of vaccines, of course. How did it affect institutions like Gavi?
Thank you. I just wanted first to say how pleased I am to be here in this with this audience. Thank you so much for inviting me and us, and how pleased I am to be in this beautiful city of Krakow. So let me spend just a couple of minutes perhaps introducing also, just like my colleague from Hera did, a little bit about the institution that I represent, because I know that it's not very well known necessarily in Poland. Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, is only 25 years old. We were created by the Gates Foundation together with the UK government and a number of other donors in order to really step up vaccination in the low and middle income countries around the world. And we have since, over these past 25 years, allowed vaccination of 1.1 billion children. 1.1 billion children. So it's a massive investment by the international community. It's a new shape of organization. It's a private-public partnership. We are at a cruising altitude for the moment, with really effective programs in 54 countries around the world. Let me just remind you very briefly on the power of vaccines. WHO and partners have looked at how many lives have been saved thanks to vaccines over the past 50 years. And the amount is 150 million people, or lives saved. And it's one of those interventions that has a really high impact, which is why I think Bill Gates says that this is his single largest investment, and it's also the one that he is the proudest of in terms of return in terms of development. All right, let me come to some lessons learned from COVID and talk a little bit about health security. And by the way, I'm so pleased that Poland has put health as one of their priorities for their presidency in the EU. First lesson learned is that the COVAX arrangement really worked well. The global pooled procurement accelerated access to vaccines, and it prevented market fragmentation. It was a really strong example of multilateral collaboration in being a partnership between WHO, UNICEF, CEPI, and Gavi. And together we delivered 2 billion COVID doses in 146 countries. And it ensured vaccine access in middle-income and low-income countries. That was number one. Number two, as we were doing this, we were able to build on existing vaccination infrastructure in the 146 countries. And in many of those countries, that infrastructure was built by Gavi's work over the prior 20 years, and it enabled a rapid pandemic response. Concretely, what does this infrastructure mean? I point to two things: cold chains, cold storage of vaccines, and data systems that have been used or were used for routine immunization. The third lesson learned is that donors did come together with generous pledges to support low-income countries to access vaccines at no cost. And we had financial tools such as the COVAX Advanced Market Commitment, as well as the International Financing Facility on Immunization, which accelerated funding. There were, obviously, and we know them very painfully, things that did not go so well. Vaccine nationalism became very apparent, and you just alluded to that. And one of the big losers from that, or really saw the effects of it, was the entire continent of Africa, who did not get access to vaccines until very late in the development of the disease. Second, it made it abundantly clear that we need stronger regional vaccine manufacturing capacity, so that we don't have entire continents that are left completely without suppliers. In response to that, the international community has created something called AVMA, the African Vaccine Manufacturing Accelerator. We put aside $1.1 billion as incentives for manufacturers who want to set up production facilities in Africa. Out of that 1.2 billion, the Team Europe, as we call it, is providing 85% of the funding. The third lesson is that we need faster access to finance so that we can respond at scale when outbreaks occur. We know that raising finance during an emergency is extremely difficult, and it delays vaccine response. In response to that, we've created a facility called Day Zero Financing Facility with surge capacity, basically a credit line offered by development institutions, including the European Investment Bank, that we can tap into with very short notice to generate the cash needed. Within that facility, there is a first response fund. And I just want to end on that because it's a really good example of, as much as we talk about the struggles of coming together around the pandemic treaty, we have learned lessons and instruments have been created. So the first response fund became active in June last year. 500 million set aside to be able to, in very short notice, respond to outbreaks of pandemics of international concern, of global concern. During that summer, we had the outbreak of Mpox, and that was declared a global pandemic, or an outbreak of international concern. And within 3 days, we were able to set aside $50 million to buy vaccines and have it shipped to DRC to vaccinate frontline workers, to limit the impact and make them fight the outbreak. So there are lessons learned, and there are some good initiatives that are on the table, and I thank you for letting me talk to them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for showing us a really global perspective on the problem. And Antonio Parenti, would you like to?
I noticed that we seemingly passed from the situation in the health sector to the post-COVID part, and I think I wanted to give a bit more of a structure to what is the European response to this situation and what happened post-COVID. I mean, most of you would have certainly noticed that a few weeks ago, on the 26th of March, the EU launched a new preparedness strategy with the aim on enhancing civilian and military preparedness and readiness for future crises, so that all actors are ready and capable to respond to this crisis. The major points of the strategy is an integrated all hazards approach, and focusing on preparing and responding to indeed all type of hazard that may happen at European level, a whole of society approach, which of course mean trying to involve all the different strata of society, including citizens, and also a whole of government approach, meaning that it's not only focused, and preparedness should not only be focused at the Ministry of Health, but indeed engage all the other actors. Now, the strategy identifies 20 key actions in all fields, from a preparedness day to raise awareness among the population at other specific actions. We do have a requirement to improve an early warning system, which is already functioning at European level 24/7, and we're working also with other associated countries, not only the European Union, but also the European Economic Area countries. We're also improving foresight and anticipation. This is the work mostly of the European Centre for Disease and Prevention Control, which receives all the data and provides data, important data to us in DG Sante, but also to DG Area. And the idea indeed is to have a comprehensive risk and threat assessment in all of this. We have created a number of EU reference laboratory which again have which are closely working inter alia with the WHO, and they're strengthening the capacity to anticipate risk and detect early threat. So we have created since COVID an important set of responses. There has been a regulation on serious cross-border threats to health, which is nowadays the architecture at European level, the establishment on ERA, as mentioned before, to tackle medical countermeasures. There are mandatory reporting to the member state, and there is an health security committee, which is today fully operational, and really is the centerpiece of decision between the European Commission and member states on anything which is related to health security. And this is a body which is expanding its scope by the day. We start now to work more and more also on military and health security. And this is, of course, a clear reflection of the evolving situation at the international level. Thank you very much. Sorry to have taken the floor again, but I thought it was useful to complement what I thought it was actually a different part of the discussion.
Naturally, thank you very much. And you have mentioned WHO, and I think that it is not overstatement when I say that WHO also played a pivotal role during the pandemic. So I'm sure that Ihor Rahinec would like to share WHO perspective with us. Please do.
Thank you. Yes. It works, no? Right, thank you. Yes, thank you very much again for inviting us, WHO, here, and thank you to the Polish Presidency for bringing up the health security agenda to such a high level. And all previous speakers referred to different topics, but what combines us, what makes our agendas comprehensive is actually that we share the health security as the common denominator, and we all agree that at the end of the day, health is the most precious commodity when it comes to the either economical growth or for the national security, or when you talk in the context of European Union, when it comes to the defense strategies that, of course, are very high on top priority of the EU member states. And for the last few days, we're all witnessing the changing in the global economy shapes and forms, and we still do not know how far it may go, but we definitely will experience in all our everyday life, including in health and health systems, and Madam Minister mentioned, health system it can be affected in many instances. So in my very short intervention, I don't want to repeat what the colleague said, but I will try to describe what the WHO is doing and how we can contribute to the health security and what the value add of the WHO working with all these agencies that are present here. At the end of the day, as somebody mentioned, our main goal, all of us, is to make sure that our member states and the citizens of your countries receiving the best possible protection from all possible risks and vulnerabilities. So me being a regional emergency director, we are responsible for the emergency prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery, as we call it in the WHO. This is emergency cycle. EU member states are also state parties to the International Health Regulation, which was amended last year, and many of the EU, almost all EU member states endorsed the amendments. One of the amendments suggests that EU member states or state parties of the IHR have to establish the IHR authority. This actually envisaged to be a body at national level that helps the member states to coordinate and facilitate all the prevention preparedness work when it comes to the health security. At the WHO regional level, we start developing the concept of health security using the already established principles that have been around for quite some time, just recently. And last year, when the regional emergency director, newly elected, Dr. Hans Kluge, announced that health security is his top priority, we were trying to make the most comprehensive definition of the health security, understanding that we are dealing with the multiple hazards. And we ended up talking about the acute emergencies and risks like climate change and disasters, like disease outbreaks, like conflict, man-made emergencies, wars and conflict that unfortunately happening in our region. But also we added vulnerabilities as part of the health security. And it's very interesting to hear that we, using risks and vulnerabilities coming from different sectors, effectively speaking, we contribute unconsciously to our common shared agenda, health security. And I noted the tool Artemis, right, that is used for testing the vulnerability of technologies that affects or potentially may affect the health services, undermining the health security on the individuals. The same thing we use when it comes to the public health. We use strategic tool assessing risks. When we work with the member states, and most recently with Cyprus, for example, the big team of the WHO colleagues, we're helping the member states to understand what are the strategic risks, and it comes from the communicable, non-communicable diseases all the way down to the possible natural disasters induced by climate change. So understanding the risk profile, understanding our vulnerabilities will make us stronger in preparing and anticipating all the risks. So here was the WHO plays a critical role, again, under the IHR mandate, working with each of the state party to the IHR. But of course, sitting here in front of you, EU member states, you may wonder, well, we have colleagues that just described amazing work that DG Santé is doing across the board. Recently established and now re-established through the report, the DG HERA, right? Not re-established, but with empowered mandate on emergency preparedness and response as well. And we, of course, member states, including in some of the EU member states, did benefit from the working with Gavi. And this is where we have to find a way to coordinate all these resources in more effective, efficient, and productive way. And right now, when we develop the regional, WHO regional European program of work, where the health security is anchored as the core initiative to support the member states, when we already, with your support, endorsed during the regional committee regional health emergency preparedness and response strategy called Preparedness 2.0, we feel even more not only empowered, but more responsible to bring back to the member states the value add. And we all know about the recent changes that happened because of the one big government withdrawing the funding from the UN agency, right? We all know the challenges, or probably we can imagine the challenges that come because of the reduced funding from your national government to the health field, for example. And now we talk about the health security. You may argue, coming from the public health field, what is the difference between the health security and public health? And there are a number of articles actually challenging this concept, saying why public health is not enough, why we have to securitize health. And this is where we have to be clear between ourselves and also when we talk to our constituencies and to our agencies. We are not trying to say that health security, talking in the context of Europe, is about national security or equivalent to national security. But yes, we do talk that health should be part of the national security agenda. Yes, national authorities have to invest into health more than ever before to make health secure. We have to make sure that we do differentiate between the budget that goes to the public health and health security and budget that goes to the national security and defense, because these are different pots of funding, but still they support the national security capacities. The WHO developed a number of tools and regulations, and we were actually almost the first one from the international agencies that developed the national framework for civil and military collaboration to prevent and protect public health risks. Again, public health risk. We were not talking about the national security or defense, but we were talking about the public health risk. And now, as never before, it became handy because of the President Nistro report and as Dr. Parente mentioned, the recently adopted regional strategy on preparedness and upcoming strategy on medical countermeasures in EU, we as the WHO already work with the European Commission to make, adjust and adapt all the tools that we developed and all the regulations that are coming from the EU to make sure that you benefit from most of them in an efficient and productive way. Supported by the DG Santé under the EU for Health initiative, we already implement a number of the projects on the preparedness and chemical, radionuclear, and cyber threats, chemical, radionuclear, and threats for Ukraine and neighboring countries. Of course, the challenge also comes from the war happening in Ukraine, of Russia against Ukraine, that may put a lot of risks and pressure on different infrastructure. So that's why talking about the health security, we talk about the collaboration, we talk about the adjusting and adapting to the member states' need. What it has to do to COVID, you may wonder, right? And there are many of examples talking about the vaccines, about the collaboration between the agencies, between providing different medical countermeasures during different, especially COVID and Mpox response. We as a WHO cover 53 member states, EU and non-EU member states, right? But effectively speaking, we work with all of the EU plus Eastern Partnership country, which almost 40 out of 53. The issue of cross-border threats and cross-border cooperation is not a trivial one. As we noted through the COVID, and we learned these lessons probably once and forever, there is no border for the disease to travel. There are no border for even some conflicts that are happening outside of the EU border, because Poland, and thank you for that, from all the international agencies and that supported Ukraine refugee crisis, supported millions of Ukrainians. They came to Poland and responded effectively in first hours. And I saw it on my own eyes when I was crossing the border from Ukraine to Poland. And that's a heroic effort of the entire society that shows the society was at least emotionally prepared. Maybe not technically, which came later, but emotionally were prepared to support people in need. When it comes to, this is the cross-border cooperation on different threats. Sharing information on time prevent us or help us to put in place relevant and needed instrument to respond to all kinds of crises. And we as a WHO also work around the multi-hazard crises and risk with through the whole of the government response, which again makes us complementary to the regulations that are adopted by the European Union. So not to send, as you said, some positive news, but also to be realistic, we have to remember that the number of risks and number of emergencies is still growing, right? And this is, as we call it in WHO, a new mega trend. A mega trend is that we will be having more and more crises coming. Natural, man-made infection diseases outbreaks. From 2013 to 2023, we identified that the number of crises doubled. Every day, our office monitors the event and signals, and only through the open sources. And this is talking about the health security, health literacy, by the way, and infodemic management. How much of this information out there in the social media is actually relevant to the health and health security. And we are checking all this information, and only in 2024, we identified and analyzed 300,076 cases of information that are coming from open sources about the outbreaks and events that consist or contribute to undermining health security. Only for 2 months of this year, we identified 47 new raw signals, as we call it, from open sources investigation done by our officers sitting in WHO regional office in Copenhagen, doing it 24/7. So this information comes from open sources, but we also encourage IHR focal points to send this information. You also submit your information through, as Antonio mentioned, early warning and response system that is getting complex and getting more comprehensive. So we have the tools to share the information across the border. We have the experience to respond to the crises across the border. We have to keep promoting the concept of cross-border cooperation within the EU and outside of the EU as much as possible and politically feasible in order to secure health and to maintain the health security agenda on top political agenda of our governments and our supranational authorities as well. Thank you.
Thank you too, and I think that everybody in the room will subscribe to the motion to be realistic rather than optimistic. And I really thank you for this concept of seeing the health security as part of national security at that same level. And I think especially in present times it's very, very important. And even this concept even comes to life here in Poland. We are currently thinking about how to prepare our medical personnel to be effective in times of military conflict, actually, and this is something that is very strongly related, and we can see it now very clearly. Mr. Kacperczyk would like to comment also?
I can comment. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, this is exactly so. Thank you very much for the comments by you, Igor, and the concept of WHO, because now when we are discussing it, having the experiences from COVID-19 or from aggression of Russia on Ukraine, that seems a little bit obvious, but a few years ago where we have been discussing health either at the European Union or at WHO, then by no means we have looked at health as a part of the national security. But it is not only a part of national security because of the military conflict. We have so many challenges. Also challenges and which might be opportunities like new technologies, cybersecurity agenda, which in fact makes the health aspect a very integral part of the health of the national security, but in fact a very existence of every state and society. So this is an important change we see also at the European Union, and we also, as a Polish presidency, we're advocating that, when we look at the EU agenda in health, then usually it's mostly close to the health. But if we think that health is a part of the broader agenda, we should also start thinking about the European Health Union as being a cross-cutting issue through different sectorial policies. So this is also a new approach we would like to introduce to the discussions about health at the European Union. We see climate change has become or is becoming slowly such a cross-cutting issue, and indeed health, when we talk about the industrial policy, when we talk about the climate change or environmental policies, structural funds, whatever policies we are talking at the European agriculture policies, we are talking at the European Union, then health should be also an integral part of our discussion about how to design those policies. And I think we are having also support of different international organizations who started already thinking in this comprehensive and cross-cutting way. So I think we're on a good way also to bring this dimension and this way of thinking to the European Union.
Yes, thank you. I would just briefly like to add that, of course, I wasn't able to mention all of the things that HERA is doing, but we also look at the international dimension. And I think that's very important because part of the European preparedness and finally response is also embedded into international preparedness. So what we do, I think that's important to stress, because it's not really HERA, it's the European Commission, so finance the European citizens that finance the European Commission, is that we contribute to the work of all the organizations. We contribute to the work of WHO financially, we contribute to the work of Gavi, we contribute to the work of SAPI, we are looking at the development of new vaccines and chikungunya, for example. So all these things, there is also Europe financing them through the EU for Health program in HERA's cooperation. We also look at the way how we can synchronize what we know with international partners. So as HERA, even though as a very new organization, we have a number of administrative arrangements which are formed over non-binding agreements with a lot of international partners. We have that with the US. We are going to hopefully sign it very close with Canada. We already signed it with Japan, with South Korea. We have very close contacts with Africa, with African CDC. We, as Europe, were one of the first ones to deliver vaccines on Mpox to Africa, together with the others. So that is, I think it's very important to stress that in HERA, even if we think about European preparedness, we think about international preparedness as well. And if we look at what can be done, one of the first HERA projects was trying to look at the wastewater monitoring. you would be thinking, yeah, but why would you look at airports and wastewater monitoring? But that's exactly a concrete example. We got a lot of take-up, a lot of interest. This is how you probably could detect a lot of threats. And if you have a capacity for genomic sequencing, if you have capacity of quickly noticing that, and there's more and more airports joining that consortium, you finally, hopefully, the work will move to WHO. But we started it. There was a way of thinking of European preparedness and response as being part of the global architecture. Thank you.
You've just beautifully supported my general feeling that selfishness is not the trademark of the European Union. And I think we can be also proud of it. And this feeling of proud is also, I feel, needed to all of us.
Thank you very much. I would like to refer briefly to the discussion on vaccines. And this is an important issue. And I think as a result of COVID-19 and this experience we have developed within the European Union, but also in cooperations with different organizations like Gavi and WHO and some others, good or, at least good mechanism of joint procurement, of security of supply vaccines to different regions. I think when we look at all those years after the pandemics, I think one dimension is still missing in our activities. Good communication with the societies about the vaccines, because once we concentrating on the effectiveness of buying, production, research, financing, etc., I think we have at the same time growing skepticism and also, different fake news about the vaccinations. And as a result of pandemics, the positive sides you have already mentioned, the other side is also growing mistrust against the vaccination, and not only mistrust against COVID-19 vaccination, but vaccination in general. So I think the one dimension we should think also within the European Union and also in cooperation and dialogue with other institutions and organizations, non-governmental organizations, is how to build the trust. One is, of course, the science, but science is not enough, right? Because ordinary people, they don't understand like a hard science. So we have to build a good communication, dialogue, information, and obviously build the trust to vaccination. So not only concentrating on the mechanism of producing, improving, delivering, supporting, but also how to keep the trust into the vaccination system and vaccines.
Yeah, the last comment on vaccinations.
Thank you. I couldn't resist. Let me thank you for the European Union's leadership in this. We see the European Union and the European institutions really stepping into a leadership position, which is great to see. And one sign of that is that von der Leyen and Costa have offered to host the replenishment of our organization on the 25th of June in Brussels at the level of heads of state and government. If you were to ask me to list the main risks of our work, vaccine hesitancy is definitely up there. I couldn't agree more on building trust. And what we do see in developing countries, though, is that when the difference between getting a vaccine and not getting one is life and death, there isn't much hesitancy there. And it's very obvious in many of the African countries. And the demand for malaria vaccines, for example, is so strong from all the African countries. And we see one way to overcome vaccine hesitancy in the developing countries is when it's delivered together with other interventions. So when we do it together with nutrition support or similar. But for sure, building trust in our institutions, in the medical field, is at the core of what we need to do. And we are facing headwinds currently, no doubt.
Thank you. So the last word for the European Commission.
No, normally it's member states, not the European Commission, but it's in a collaborative, in a very collaborative spirit, I must say. No, I think the point made by the minister is super important and just also recalled by Gavi. And what we need to keep in mind when we talk about trust, especially in vaccination, but more generally in the medical area, medical countermeasures, but also in the medical profession, is that we often think about vaccination cases like malaria or chikungunya or measles, and these days is coming back to the fore. But in fact, vaccination is not only important for this. I mean, from vaccination, we can prevent cancer these days. I mean, think about the papillomaviruses and the program that we have in terms of vaccination to vaccinate young boys and young girls that can avoid in the future for them to develop that type of cancer. Or think about in the future, a technology which has been used for the vaccine, COVID, will help us in personalized medicine against cancer. So indeed, the fight against the misconception that exists about vaccine is a vital fight for a lot of people, and we need to continue this fight and to fight also the sources. And it was recalled at the beginning of this session, sometimes where this is coming from, and this is particularly dangerous. And not only because of the immediate effects, but also for the future effect that it could have.
Yeah, I agree, but I have a feeling that this anti-vaccination movement, and this is a part of the bigger picture. And I think that we live in the moment of the history when people no longer trust the science as a whole, and we thrive on technical developments which are rooted in the science, and at the same time we mistrust scientists. I mean, not we here, maybe in that room, but in general, citizens of the world. And this is a problem which is probably difficult to address, but maybe the proper education is the right answer. But because people generally distrust and are afraid of something that they don't understand. So let's make people understand what's about. What is about with these vaccines and climate change and so many other things. And I think, and that's why I'm a big fan of this project of education for health in Poland, in Polish schools. I think it's a step in the right direction. But I really do hope that we will have to wait a long time before we are tested by another global pandemic. But we cannot escape demography. So our population in European countries is getting older and older, and there is no clear answer. So I would like to ask Minister Katarzyna Kacperczyk to tell us about the demographic challenges to our healthcare systems.
Thank you very much. This is probably another biggest challenge, not only to our health care systems, but also to the entire societies, countries, and probably to every single area where we can talk about. And this is not, as you know, this is a big challenge for Poland, but this is also the biggest challenge for the entire European Union and also probably for most of the developed countries. And obviously, of course, we are implementing a lot of measures also in Poland to stimulate the birth rate. But we have to be clear that for years to come, we will have to deal with this demographic challenge, and of course the result of it is that we need to adapt to this challenge. When I look at the healthcare system, I think the impact of demography is multifaceted, not only in a one dimension. We have already discussed the impact of demography on the professionals, medical professionals, on the medical workforce. But I would maybe start with a little bit broader picture. When I think about all those challenges, including demography and the health sector, we have a very difficult situation because we have a very static institutions we used to create, and we try to operate in this framework, institutional regulatory framework we had in place for years or for decades. And at the same time, we have a very dynamic environment. And we try to keep, at least maybe adjust, reform the static institution to the dynamic world in whatever area of health system we're talking. Either we have talked about it yesterday about new technology, social media, and the mental health of children. When we talk about demography, it's the same thing. When we talk about the development of new technologies, the same situation. So I think all those challenges, and demography in particular, it's the imperative to look at the health system from absolutely new perspective. And when we think about the changes, we should also look at a comprehensive change of the entire system. Best possible solution would be to create a matrix of the challenges we have, and then adjust the system to the entire set of the challenges. But when we look at the demography only, then there are like impact in different areas. First, we look at demography, the impact of the society, and potentially the impact of the structure of the society we have to treat. Our societies are living longer, so we have a better, due to technology, not only the low rate of birth, but also due to technology, due to research, we have a better diagnostic, we have better treatment, we have more innovation in treatment, so we live longer, and as a consequence, we need also to be treated for a longer period of time. And of course, the consequences for the health sector, medical facilities, and financing system, it's clear. When it comes to the financing, I mean, the higher number of elderly people possible, it's a burden for the healthcare security insurance system. So less people are contributing to the system, and more people are benefiting from the system. So this is also something we need to address as well. And another aspect is what we have been already mentioned, the medical workforce. We don't need only the more doctors and nurses. So we are discussing in the European Union that we are lacking the nurses and doctors in many European countries, probably in most of the European countries. But it's not only one problem. We need also new way of educating nurses and doctors to adjust the education system in medical sector, in medical schools, to the new challenges coming along with the poor demography. So, and we also need to think on how to ensure the distribution within the country of doctor and nurses. Obviously, in small areas, rural areas, we have majority or much more older population than in the big cities, right? And at the same time, those are those areas when we are lacking the doctors. So this is also when we think about the doctors and nurses, we should think also in terms of not only increasing the number of them, but also changing the education, which will be in line with needs of our populations coping with demographic challenge, and also about the proper distribution across the countries according to the needs. And a lot has been said in the European Union, but also in Poland recently about the hospital system, which we are now trying to reform. But this is not only the Polish case. We have recently discussed it also with our German minister colleagues, with Danish ministers. So the pressure to change the hospitals system and to adjust to the needs of populations being older, it's probably the challenge for most of the country. We have it in Poland. We try to put more focus on long-term care, and I think just now, right, on the Council of Ministers is discussing the legislation on hospitals, just to adapt especially the district hospital to the new challenges, and also among others the demographic challenges we have. So we have hopefully we can create a system who will respond on it. But as I mentioned, this is not only the challenge Poland faces, but also probably the entire European Union.
Thank you very much. We definitely need some solutions to enhance the work of medical professionals, doctors and nurses. And speaking of that, we usually think about AI solutions, which are probably our future, but we will have to wait at least a few years to see it in practice. And you have raised an interesting point, this tension between the static institution and the very dynamic situation. And I think the same we observed in the medical education, actually, because our teachers, the universities are quite conservative, I think, in the way they teach, and it's quite natural for all of us, I think. And there's a natural tension between that attitude and the actual need to how we should definitely we should reform the way we educate future doctors and nurses. And I think that actually the key competence of probably not only medical personnel is the ability to learn throughout the whole professional life, because the situation, the reality is changing so quickly that the most important thing for all of us is the ability to adapt to the change, which is constant, and I think that the change became just the third certain thing in our life. So we have some time to discuss the last issue I would like to tackle. I mean the challenges related to drug safety and ensuring patient access to medicines. During the pandemic, we observed global disruptions of supply chains that affected, for example, car manufacturing, but they also affected production of some critical medicines. So I would like to ask Bartosz Kurz to relate to that and to tell us what is HERA's role in providing access to medicines now.
All right, thank you so much. I will start, and I'm sure my distinguished colleagues from the Commission can complement on that. Now, what we did, of course, when we are looking at MCMs, we realized that how vulnerable the supply chains are, and then we were looking at the industrial dimension of it. Together with the other colleagues of the Commission, we created an alliance which grouped the stakeholders, the pharma companies, as well as the representatives of the member states and all the patients and other stakeholders, to sort of group them together, look at that issue. And they recently adopted recommendations which looked at the way in which we are dependent on external providers from outside Europe, and what happens if this distribution chain is disrupted by the event of the pandemic, but also by other events. And I don't have to tell you how the world is developing now. So I think that strategic autonomy has become even more important than before. And in these recommendations, the Alliance looked at and a number of issues, including the support also to manufacturing. But of course, all these issues are quite complex. We have already an existing competition. That means state aid regulations. You know, we already are in a way towards the finish of the European budget. We are discussing the new multi-annual financial framework. So that of course puts a bit of a challenge into catching the right balance between what can and should be done in Europe, and because of course everything cannot really and probably shouldn't even be done in Europe. So how to focus on something strategic, how to focus on something critical. As a result of that came a Critical Medicines Act, but on that I will not really dwell too much, because that's the remit now of DG Santa. Now, if it's more what we are doing is that we are trying to through also our international cooperation, we're trying to see whether, you know, in the future for MCMs we could have this type of cooperation. Can we have projects that look at like-minded countries? But again, it's the work in progress. And the same applies, you know, also to things such as personal protection items, right, and PPEs. So it's we're not only talking about medicines, and this is, for example, where the supply chains are much less sort of they've been examined in a much less detailed way than the vulnerabilities were examined for medicine. So there's a lot of also to discover, that we go beyond critical medicines, that we look at other items that could be necessary, not only in terms of the future pandemic, but hopefully that would never occur, but also in case of military, any other attacks. So we're looking also at that dimension at HERA, looking at supply chains, looking what can be needed, how Europe can support member states' efforts in also looking at the supply of the MCMs in case of a military threat.
Thank you. And what is the perspective of DG Sante regarding the problem of secure and stable access to especially critical medicines? And is the Critical Medicines Alliance the right answer?
Well, it's part of the answer for sure. I mean, it's an European Commission answer, not just a DG Sante's answer. I mean, here we have maybe to complement what my colleague was saying. The two points that I think are worth mentioning. One is the pharma revision, because in that legislation there are measures which can strengthen the supply security. There is an early notification of shortages. There's a strengthened obligation on manufacturer to develop and implement shortage prevention plans for all medicine. There is a new coordinated action to mitigate the impact of these possible shortages or before when they occur. There is an identification of critical medicine and their supply chain vulnerabilities. There is a possibility for the Commission to impose a new wide contingency stock for critical medicines where necessary. And then we have the Critical Medicines Act, which was adopted by the Commission on the 11th of March of this year, which complements the pharma revision. The scope of this act is indeed to reduce dependence in supply chain for critical medicine. So it's more specific if you want. And this is normally the case for products which are produced only by a few manufacturers or which are sourced from a small number of countries. And here we have an easier access to funding and fast-track administrative, regulatory and scientific support for strategic projects that would increase the EU manufacturing capacities for this type of medicine. There is indeed a possibility to explore international partnership with like-minded countries and regions to broaden the supply chain. And there's also the possibility of using, for member states, public procurement measures to diversify and incentivize the resilience of the supply chain. So we are putting together a number of instruments at EU level that can be used to reply to some of these questions and to respond to what are the correct needs and expectations of the public to face any possible shortages of these medicines.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for bringing up this topic to the discussion. As you know, the security of medicine supply is one of the priority of the Polish presidency. And indeed, we have on the table a lot of issues we are discussing right now, and we are progressing in different areas. One is the pharma package. We hope to finish with the common position and the mandate of the Council for further talks with the Commission and the European Parliament. And of course, we're trying to make the pharma sector more attractive and also more competitive, because we are talking a lot within the European Union about the competitiveness of the pharma sector. So there are a lot of solutions in the pharma package which member states have discussed and actually introduced to lower the regulatory burden for companies being present on the European market, to speed up the registration process, to introduce a lot of simple procedures to make it more competitive vis-à-vis other countries. There are also proposals on the table which will stimulate clinical trials in Europe and also strengthen both the research part of the pharma landscape in Europe, and also strengthen also this European dimension of research. So we hope that we will be able to end up discussion by the end of the year. And indeed, a very important aspect is also Critical Medicines Act, which we were strongly advocating since beginning of our presidency, because we strongly believe that together with many or most of the member states, that we have to strengthen this strategic autonomy of the pharmaceutical sector in Europe. And you know, we're talking about it in the context of other areas, energy, environmental security, but also recently the defense security. You know, there has been also a letter from many European Union member states on bringing the mechanism of supporting the European producers in the pharmaceutical sector, as we try to do it with the defense sector. So we have a lot of proposals on the table. In terms of the new financial perspective, everything is open now. I hope that the ministers of health will be strong enough to advocate for more resources or more bigger allocation within the financial framework for health, and for building this this pharmaceutical also production, medicines production facilities in Europe. And one last point, but probably the most important one in this discussion, because we're talking a lot about the innovative therapies, about competitiveness, about the access. So we should bring back to our discussion the patient security, and then access to medicine for patients, equal access. And when we talk about the access, we tend to usually think about the physical aspects. I go to the pharmacy, I buy something, and there is the medicines or not. But we should also not forget another dimension of this access, which is financial access. So we know that, I mean, Poland maybe is in a better situation because we are a bigger market, but we have a lot of small countries in the European Union when they don't have access to the medicines because the companies don't want to register particular products, pharmaceutical products in those markets. And this is something we need to deal with it as well. And we have also countries or regions where the societies, where people have like a lower purchasing power. So we should also, when we talk about the access, we should also ensure that they have to access to affordable medicine, not only to innovative therapies, which are usually very costly, of course needed, but within the European Union we need to find a healthy, a good and effective and a patient-oriented balance between first access to the innovative therapy and supporting innovative industries, and also access to the basic medicines and supporting of the generic industry in Europe. And we're on a good way in our talks, since every country understands that we should focus first on the patient perspective, and we hope we will find the balance, as I mentioned, and also a balance about the competitiveness, between the competitiveness and the very security of our sector in the European Union.
Thank you, and I think that patient's perspective is a great conclusion of our discussion. And I would like to thank you all the panelists. It was a great pleasure for me, and please give the round of applause.
Thank you very much, dear moderator and panelists. It was 2 hours debate. You know, it shows us really that health security challenges are really cross-sectoral. But I think that all of you deserved for a coffee break. So you are very much welcomed for the coffee break, and we will see each other at the session 2 at 12:30 at this room. See you. That we are ready to start after the coffee break. I hope that you enjoyed the networking atmosphere here. And now we are ready to start the session number 2, dedicated to challenges for the healthcare system in crisis situations and armed conflict. During this session, we would like to focus on the identification of risks in the face of the conflicts and global threats, including challenges to the healthcare system. We would like to also mention many other important topics like civil-military cooperation, coordination of actions in crisis situations, as well as civil defense and population protection. For this session, I would like to invite for the stage to present the keynote speech, Mr. Björn Gulfdog, medicine doctor, special advisor, Norwegian Directorate of Health, also former Director General of Health and Chief Medical Officer of Norway. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed ministers and distinguished guests, I am very honored to stand before you today at this conference on health security, challenges, innovation and future. My heartfelt thanks to the Polish Presidency of the EU for hosting this significant gathering. When I was contacted by Mr. Miroslav Zaleszewski at the Ministry of Health, I was very happy to come to Krakow because I'd never been to Krakow before. And everyone says that Krakow is one of the most beautiful cities in Europe. So therefore, I wanted to have a lot of time before the conference. Unfortunately, one of these medical events happened to me and my wife last week or the week before. We both got influenza. So I had to stay in bed in the days beforehand. So actually I came yesterday night and I'm leaving tomorrow, but I promise to come back because this is a city I would like to experience. As a former Director General of Health and current Special Advisor on international health, I've had the privilege of participating in leadership roles within our national health preparedness efforts for nearly 2 decades. Today, I aim to share insights into formidable challenges faced by healthcare system during crisis situations and armed conflicts. I'm glad that several of the previous speakers have already emphasized the impact of good health on resilience in every part of life. Among others, I listened to Mrs. Magdalena Sobkowiak-Czarnecka from the Prime Minister's office, who emphasized this issue. Healthcare resilience is more critical than ever, not least because we need health more than ever. Recent events, particularly the conflict in Ukraine, have exposed significant vulnerabilities within European emergency medicine systems, revealing challenges that may be replicated in future European conflicts. The Russian invasion of Ukraine, commencing in February 2022, marked the largest humanitarian crisis in Europe since World War II. NATO's Medical Action Plan is expected to be signed by member countries this summer, and it plays a central role in addressing these challenges. It is not only crucial for military operations, but also for civilian authorities in their planning efforts to support the implementation of the alliance's defense concept. The emphasis on regulatory frameworks and legislation that facilitate civil-military operations is central, ensuring a higher degree of interoperability among allied nations and across civilian and military sectors. One pressing issue that has already been addressed is the shortage of health workers. The healthcare workforce is the backbone of any medical response, and the existing scarcity of personnel poses significant challenges for both civilian and military healthcare sectors. Addressing this issue requires strategic initiatives encompassing recruitment, training, and retention of healthcare personnel. It also requires clear prioritization guidelines, as peacetime service levels cannot be expected during war or severe crisis. Moreover, mass casualty planning is important. The COVID-19 pandemic and the ongoing conflict in Ukraine have underscored the necessity for well-prepared and resilient healthcare systems capable of responding to large-scale emergencies. We must enhance our ability to manage mass casualty events, which often disrupts essential services and demand extended responses. We also need robust and resilient systems for patient evacuation, particularly in a collective defense scenario. The anticipated scale and tempo of evacuations require a coordinated approach that manages patients' movement from the point of injury to definite care over extended periods, often in hostile environments. Expanding available bulk medical evacuation capabilities and enhancing supporting information technologies will be crucial for optimizing patient flow and treatment coordination across all levels of care. Equally important is medical logistics. The COVID-19 pandemic, as we've already been told, revealed vulnerabilities in single-source just-in-time medical supply chains during crisis. This challenge will be magnified in a collective defense scenario where supply chains may face delays, disruptions, or unreliability. Specific medical materials, such as blood products and medical gases, require special attention due to their complex handling requirements and critical nature in healthcare delivery. When evaluating the alignment of civilian healthcare in Europe with NATO's concept, findings from the European Society for Emergency Medicine, the EUSEM, reveals strikingly similar challenges. EUSEM has identified 7 critical challenges for war preparedness in European emergency medicine systems, further elaborating on the complexities that we face. The conflict in Ukraine has spotlighted the difficulties emergency departments encounter when managing mass casualty events. In the aftermath of a missile strike, these departments often find themselves treating between 50 to over 100 casualties simultaneously. We need to build capacity all over Europe to conduct efficient triage and treat numerous patients with varying degrees of injury in a short time frame. When considering the nature of injuries seen in conflict zones, they are often complex, involving blast injuries, penetrating trauma, and crush injuries. Healthcare providers must be equipped and trained to handle these intricate trauma patterns to improve patient outcomes. This necessitates specialized expertise along with well-established treatment processes. Infrastructure disruption further complicate matters. Documented attacks on healthcare facilities have exceeded more than 700 in Ukraine, leading to significant disruptions in services. These attacks result in power outages, water shortages, and physical damage, severely affecting the ability of healthcare systems to deliver essential services and maintain operational continuity. The collapse of supply chains has created several shortages of medications, blood products, and medical equipment. Healthcare providers have been forced to improvise solutions and adopt alternative treatment protocols, highlighting the need for innovative strategies to ensure the availability of critical medical supplies during emergencies. Despite protections under international humanitarian law, medical personnel in recent conflicts in Ukraine and also Gaza have faced direct targeting, resulting in physical casualties and psychological trauma. This not only impacts their capacity to provide care, but also it adds to the psychological burden of those who continue to operate in hostile environments. The conflicts in Ukraine has also led to the displacement of millions, both internally and externally. Among these displaced populations, managing chronically ill patients has placed considerable strain on receiving healthcare systems. The need for continuous care and the integration of displaced individuals into existing healthcare frameworks remain critical challenges. And finally, the psychological impact of conflict cannot be overlooked. The levels of acute and chronic psychological trauma experienced by both patients and healthcare providers are enormous. Addressing these psychological impacts require a comprehensive approach to treatment and encompassing both immediate and long-term mental health support, strategies to help individuals cope with the stress and trauma of conflicts. In Norway, we have recently conducted a gap analysis across primary health care municipalities and health regions responsible for specialist health care. This analysis aimed to identify critical gaps in our healthcare system's preparedness for crisis situations and armed conflicts. Our evaluations considered 3 scenarios. One is the current situation with an anticipated larger Allied presence on Norwegian soil. The second is a NATO Article 5 situations, for instance, involving the Baltic states, meaning Norway is at war through NATO, but not on Norwegian soil. And the third is a full-scale war scenario on Norwegian soil with primary activities in northern Norway. A pervasive challenge identified in these analyses is determining the necessary level of planning. Vulnerabilities exist in both specialist and primary health care. For instance, there are shortages of personnel with the right competencies, inadequate flexible capacity utilization and of healthcare staff, and an insufficient national overview of blood inventory and production capacity. A joint civilian-military concept is essential to ensure the supply of blood and blood products during crisis. Primary healthcare services face numerous challenges during crisis situations and armed conflict. Municipalities may struggle with insufficient capacity to handle a large influx of patients, both in terms of personnel and facilities. Many primary healthcare providers lack comprehensive preparedness plans for war scenarios, hindering their ability to respond effectively. It is important to emphasize that primary health care is the backbone of healthcare, and an efficient first line is paramount for resilience in the entire health system. Moreover, there is a risk of shortages in medical supplies, including essential medications and consumables, which can severely impact patients during prolonged crisis. Enhanced coordination and communication with specialist healthcare services and military resources are necessary to ensuring a seamless response during emergencies. On the other hand, specialist healthcare services specifically highlight scarcity of personnel with the skills to manage complex war injuries, such as blast injuries and penetrating trauma. Hospitals often lack sufficient capacity to handle mass casualty events, leading to gaps in the availability of critical care beds and surgical facilities. The vulnerability of blood supply systems necessitates improved coordination between civilian and military blood banks, as well as robust infrastructure resilience plans to ensure operational continuity during attacks on healthcare facilities. The EVSEM that I've already introduced has conducted analysis of potential vulnerabilities that may be exposed in the initial hours and days of armed conflict. Patient volume and acuity can increase significantly during wartime. The EUSEM stipulates that we must prepare for a manifold increase in daily emergencies, potentially seeing a 6 to 9 times increase in critical trauma cases, a 5 to 7 time increase in ventilator needs, 4 to 5 increase in operating room utilization, and a staggering 9 to 13 times increase in blood usage. Pediatric cases may also rise by 5 to 8 times. More children will be harmed during conflict. Currently, critical care capacity is limited, with European countries averaging only 11.5 intensive care unit beds per 100,000 population. However, wartime needs could require 3 to 5 times this capacity. Surgical throughput is another concern. While most facilities can sustain maybe 120 to 150% of normal surgical volume for 24 to 48 hours, European hospitals generally lack protocols for sustained high-volume operations over weeks to months. In addition, the vulnerability of blood supply systems, exacerbated by centralized blood banking practices, creates risks for both supply chain disruption and surge demand. Additionally, specialist availability is often concentrated in urban areas, leaving rural areas particularly vulnerable during mass casualty events. And as I also mentioned previously, pediatric capabilities are limited, with only a minority of European emergency departments equipped with pediatric-specific resuscitation equipment in all sizes. Modeling based on documented experiences from conflict zones identifies critical thresholds where system degradation accelerates. As we can see to the left here, primary failure points within the first 24 to 72 hours include blood product exhaustion, critical care bed capacity, surgical team fatigue, and emergency department space limitations. Secondary failure points within 3 to 7 days involve medication and supply depletion, staff psychological trauma and burnout, backup power system failures, and communication systems overload. And tertiary failure points occurring after 7 days include clean water access, nutritional support for patients and staff, waste management systems, and security perimeter maintenance. To address these challenges, and in the geopolitical realities that we are facing now, we need strong and innovative adjustments of our healthcare system. In the current geopolitical tension, the response, both from the EU and NATO, is admirable and strong. The Preparedness Union strategy, which has already been introduced in the previous session by Antonio Parente, with the subtitle Reinforcing Europe's Resilience in a Changing World, was launched last month, aims to develop a preparedness culture that promotes resilience at this societal level. And we listen to the all-hazard, whole-of-government, whole-of-society approach. Of course, here as in many cases, communication with people is key. The strategy emphasizes improving coordination in crisis management, including the strengthening of civil, military, and cross-sectoral cooperation at all levels. Civil and military coordination in Europe means effective collaborations between the EU, NATO, and even the United Nations. The strategy includes 30 key measures, I believe, including developing a common European crisis management plan, establishing minimum criteria for preparedness, ensuring sufficient stockpiles of critical equipment, and conducting regular preparedness exercises across EU countries. For health specifically, a strategy for medical countermeasures is also mentioned, implementing legislation for critical medicines to counteract medicine shortages, developing a plan for disease prevention, health preparedness and crisis management under the Health Union banner, and strengthening efforts on global security. The EU has also made significant strides through HERA, which has been introduced previously, to strengthen preparedness and response capacities while addressing vulnerabilities in the supply chains of critical medicines. Simultaneously, NATO has important work in collaboration with COMEDS and the Joint Health Group. They have developed the Medical Manifesto, which is the outline for the new medical action plan in NATO, is of great value. And in Norway, we look upon the EEA financing mechanism and the EU's fourth health program as very important supportive mechanisms. To a large degree, we, the European countries, within the EU, EEA and NATO, have the guidance that we need from NATO and the EU. However, for all of us working with developing health systems in healthcare, meeting these expectations is not easy. The healthcare sector is huge, and a very large proportion of its resources is bound up in giving comprehensive care to patients in peacetime. Even politicians face difficulties prioritizing preparedness before continuous patient treatment. All European countries face this challenge, and all of us have to find ways to make our health systems more resilient from the local to the national level, and we have to become better at collaborating across borders. National health authorities should take a leading role in the cross-border collaboration. I trust this has been going on for some time in most European regions. Personally, I'm familiar with the activities among the Nordic countries. Maybe at this time it would be of particular interest to intensify collaboration on health system resilience across European regions, like, for instance, the Baltic region, Poland, Germany, and the Nordic region together. For us within the health sector, I think it is important to emphasize the value of Europe's health preparedness for our total defense and comprehensive readiness strategy. Effective health preparedness involves fostering resilience throughout the population and equipping the armed forces with the necessary resources. There is a risk that health systems preparedness is not giving necessary attention as military force has top priority. We need to be prioritized in the broad picture, but we also need to make tough priorities within our systems. Preparedness analysis, planning, exercises and adjustments must be given high priority throughout all of healthcare, primary as well as specialist. And we need a dialogue with our population to be certain that they understand the challenges that our sector is what kind of challenges we have. Furthermore, we must prepare the public to be as self-sufficient as possible during crisis and ensuring that individuals understand their role in health preparedness. In Norway, we are currently running a campaign aimed at motivating every citizen to prepare for 1 week of self-sufficiency in all aspects of life. Our objectives must include maintaining and scaling capacities, ensuring mass casualty management and triage, providing quality trauma care, enhancing infrastructure resilience and operational continuity, implementing robust telehealth and digital solutions, protecting healthcare workers, offering psychological support, and preparing for various risks, including CBRN threats. It's not a small task. To support this, we need robust national plans that are scalable and regularly exercised, ensuring they are continuously adjusted to meet evolving threats. In Norway, we have developed or attempted to develop a comprehensive system to foster cooperation at local, regional, and national levels with ensuring effective interactions between healthcare professionals and political decision makers. And you see here some of the two of the plans which are quite central in this work. At the heart of Norway's health crisis response is a coordinated national preparedness system built on close collaboration between the Ministry of Health, various directorates and agencies, and the Norwegian Armed Forces, the county governor, and municipal and regional health services. The Ministry of Health is heading a National Health Preparedness Committee, and 6 expert committees are set up to provide advice. This integrated approach hopefully will enable effective management of a wide range of health emergencies, from pandemics and natural disasters to terrorist attacks and nuclear incidents. Regular exercises and scenario planning helps to test and refine procedures, and Norway's health preparedness is closely linked to broader civil protection frameworks and international cooperation mechanisms, such as the EU Union Civil Protection Mechanism. The Civil Military Cooperation Committee in Norway, which I think is also mentioned here, shall enhance the country's preparedness for crisis situations and armed conflict. This committee fosters collaboration between civilian and military entities to ensure a coordinated response to emergencies. In conclusion, it is time and it is urgent to strengthening European health system resilience as an integral part of Europe's total defense concept. I'm glad this is emphasized by several speakers here today. Both NATO and the EU have developed frameworks to make this goal more achievable. While each country faces unique challenges, the different topics I have outlined today, which is not taken from my own heart, but I've taken from others, may serve as a foundation for building resilient and effective emergency response systems. Strong cooperation between the EU, European nations, and NATO, alongside the sharing of best practices, is more crucial than ever as we navigate an increasingly complex global landscape. Health authorities in European countries may contribute positively by facilitating collaboration among countries. I look very much forward to engaging in discussions and learning from your experiences as we collectively strive for stronger, more prepared healthcare systems. Ultimately, we must remember that the health system begins with the individual and encompasses international collaboration. A systematic approach at all levels is essential, and in Norway, our gap analysis in both primary and secondary healthcare has proven vital in paving the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this keynote speech. Now I would like to give the floor to the moderator of this session, Mr. Janusz Kocik, PhD, professor at the Center for Postgraduate Medical Education, as well as director of the Hospital of the Ministry of the Interior and Administration in Olsztyn, Poland. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Director. Madam Minister, distinguished guests, before I invite our eminent panelists to the podium, I'd like to introduce you shortly. And I've got a very big fan from that I can amalgamate the theses that were touched on at the previous session with a speech from our Norwegian colleague. that who touched more military aspects. Yeah, and I will try in my presentation, hopefully short enough, to show you that we are in the middle as far as protection of the civil population is concerned. Okay, so me myself, I am as Lady Director said, I am a simple clinical oncologist, but also I am an epidemiologist, and I serve for this School of Public Health in our Center for Medical Postgraduate Education, which is also a member of Association of Schools of Public Health Region Europe. So we've got different task groups in this association, including one which is focused on emergency response. And my colleague from here, professor from Jagiellonian University, is also the part of this group. Having said that, I got also the possibility, opportunity to discuss the risks and how to calculate risk to the public health in a current time. So what is the task of our panel today is just to identify this risk in the face of conflicts, and we focus on conflicts, but we extrapolate from the routine day challenges from normal, natural infectious diseases, pandemics, and so on. We need to discuss coordination and actions in such crisis situations. We need to discuss civil defense and population protection, the resilience of the state system, and if the issue goes beyond, we need to discuss civil-military cooperation and how the European Union, and this is also my ambition, to touch how the European Union can support the country if the situation. We talk about frequency and intensity of these hazards. We talk about our vulnerability and adaptive capacity, so-called resilience, sensitivity, and exposure to these hazards. Looking at that, I would start shortly from the Global Burden of Disease study, which is run by Christopher Murray and published periodically in Lancet. And you see the mortality causes globally, young versus old. And you see on the right that young people tend to die globally, mainly in Africa, from HIV/AIDS pandemics, and it is still a huge problem to these populations. And you see down here that all the populations of the Europe are rather subjects and burdened by non-communicable disease. So this is the problem of the systems, of the healthcare systems, how to cope with the pandemics of today, which is obesity, which is cancer, which is cardiovascular disease mainly. And you see on the right of this lower box that lower respiratory infections, diarrhea, tuberculosis, for example, are not big problem for all the populations. And you see here the DALI, which is so-called disability-adjusted life years lost to the disease. It is a problem mainly of Africa. And you see that infectious disease on the left, it is 1/3 only of the mortality globally. So currently, infectious disease which are emerging, this or re-emerging, this in our country, in our northern hemisphere, it is vaccine preventable disease that people are hesitating to continue the actions and the programs of vaccinating our children, which is, for example, pertussis or measles or diphtheria. This is hepatitis, this is polio that may emerge again. You see here also that this is the burden of disease. It is lower for less developed countries like Middle East countries, like Jordan in the beginning of this slide. And we've got a very big disease burden in countries like Poland even, who are burdened by many cardiovascular disease. And we've seen also the countries like Sweden, France, or Spain that have coped with the cardiovascular disease, and mainly the problem that is now they are coping is the rising incidence of cancer. And you see down of this slide that Syria, for example, has a big strip of green color, which means it is the victims of conflict and injuries. Yes. So this is the DALI for these countries which are less developed and subject to the conflict, subject to war. And you see here, for example, comparison between Poland and Jordan. That Jordan has, this is not a country in the conflict now, in the Middle East. Despite this, you see a higher infant mortality rate, and it is 4 times more than in Poland. Infant mortality rate, it is a sentinel for a low quality of the public health system. So by this I want to say that we are quite well prepared to the challenges, as far as Europe is contained, to challenges of the modern globe. And what we have left here is this travel-related disease, vaccine hesitancy that is rising, imported infectious disease, low number of these diseases, and we are capable to cope with this. Today we have talked about the climate change and the vector-borne diseases that are emerging, but this is a perspective of 2050, when this kind of diseases will be really in Poland endangering the population. And we see migration, we see economic migration related problems, and also war refugee related problems. So I think it is something that Europe can should cooperate on. Of course, if we have the war that will strike us, you and NATO country on its territory, the play will change, and we'll have different problems. So in the coming slide, I am talking about the risk coming from the southern part of our globe, but these are not the problems directly to European Union. Okay, we can support, like we supported Haiti in 2011 in disaster made by earthquake and the cholera that augmented this disaster crisis. We can support countries like Burma currently. We can add to the vector transmitted diseases eradication on the globe. That means malaria, dengue, West Nile virus, yellow fever. And we are doing this by adding much to WHO, and and of course we can import these diseases. Some cases are coming, and if you travel and European citizens go to these areas of Caribbean, of southern Asia, just for leisure, for business, and import back this kind of diseases, but still we can cope with this. So this is not a major problem. And of course, for example, yellow fever. This is a problem of Brazil or maybe Africa. Still, hepatitis A and other such hepatitis B in our countries. These are diseases that fade down, and of course, thanks to vaccination and good hygienic practices. For example, typhoid. We don't have just such pictures like it was in 19th century when the typhoid was deadly. We don't have polio. We don't have, or polio may emerge again if we have conflict, but currently this is the disease that is present still in these countries. But even in these countries, this disease is controlled and may be eradicated in the coming future. Japanese encephalitis disappeared in Japan because of consequent vaccination action. Yes, Neisseria meningitis. Of course, it is very bad disease, but it is controlled in Europe. Yes, and we've got vaccines, and we vaccinate our children. So few cases, if any, emerge from time to time in our countries. We've got the problem of emerging and re-emerging diseases of global range, and it was a very big mistake of the genius Didier Raoult that you remember. Even geniuses are prone to make mistakes because he didn't anticipate the COVID-19. He claimed that this public opinion anxiety making hoaxes like anthrax, like smallpox, like avian or H1N1 swine influenza, these are harmful to societies because anxiety and the movement of politicians, movement of society is unpredictable, and we, for example, kill many millions of cows in fear of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease that we had 155 cases in the world. Yes, so again, infectious disease, it is not a big problem in the European Union. You've got big circles, for example, for influenza. Yes, it is. It is quite big, high population burden, but low individual burden. This is why people don't want to be vaccinated, like the colleague today said, because the perception of the severity of this disease is low. So still, it is a very calm situation. And we've got this war migration, and we have problems with the health issues that are coming with our guests to us, to host populations. But still, we should balance the risk analysis and the management of the risk facing war-related migration. They've got some acute health problems where they migrate. This is obvious for us. There were analyses like this one, and this kind of problems they had, partly it was infectious disease, but very mild, and partly it was exacerbations of the non-infectious diseases. Yes, the migrant is healthy. Migrant, if he migrates or she migrates, is rather healthy. Ill people or dying people are staying home. So there is a paradox of the healthy migrant, which is more healthy than the hosting citizen of the European country. Yes, and of course we've got some possible health problems, mainly infectious diseases that may emerge when they come in the number. And this is, for example, mainly pregnancy complications and infant death and, for example, undernutrition and alcoholism and some children infectious diseases that come in the clusters, and we should be prepared for it. And coming to the end, because I will not leave the time for discussion, I will show you only one slide, measles, number of cases and vaccine coverage. And you see that on the lower right corner, this is Ukraine. And they've got the numbers in many thousand, 10,000, yes? And they had very low coverage of vaccination. The children may come that not vaccinated, they mix with the children of the hosting population, and we should somehow deal with this kind of challenges also. And coming to the main problem of this session is not maybe eradication of the diseases, but because it is of Pakistan, maybe even not the monkeypox. We've got a strong system of the vaccination of our children, vaccine hesitancy still, but we've got also the war-related risk, and I am very grateful to Bjorn that he shown the NATO efforts on that. We've got the probable mass casualties in forces and the civil populations when the war comes, possible mass casualties of the CBRN scenarios, and I will rather see in coming threats that more nuclear and radiological threat is possible than biological agent use deliberately. We've got the hospital safety, which are not protected, no physical protection of this hospital. We've got hospital preparedness that are hardly managing daily challenges with the few capacity to absorb such waves of conflict casualties if they come. And this is all, and maybe we can invite now me myself. Okay, so with having said that, please I invite my very distinguished co-panelist, who is Mrs. Maria Zuber. Please come to the podium. Maria is the head of Emergency Response Operations Center in the Commission. Bjorn Guldvog, who you know, who is a special advisor from Norwegian Directorate of Health, former Director General of Health and Chief Medical Officer. My old friend Konstanty Szulczyński, who is Medical Director of the National Medical Institute of the Ministry of Interior Administration in Warsaw, and Colonel Robert Gregulski, who I know also for years, currently Deputy Director of Department of Military Health Service in the Ministry of National Defense. And having you all, once again, Bjorn, thank you for showing this military cooperation, military-civilian cooperation perspective, and maybe we can start from this. Since, at least in our country, the army rather is prone to secure forces, armed forces in the operation. But also, if we are not in the current conflict, we can also depend maybe on the know-how of the procedures, because I am a military medic. I am a retired colonel of the Polish Army medic who graduated a military medical academy. So I know that I've got more skills and more knowledge how to deal with such crisis management like we touched in the presentation. So once again, Bjorn, do you see any possibility that we call NATO forces currently to Norway or to Poland to support us if the situation overwhelms our capacity to deal with, or even if the nation is still capable to do it, maybe NATO can add to the crisis management in such situation that we described. Bjorn?
Well, thank you, and thank you for elaborating on all the other risks and vulnerabilities. I think that was very proper. When I came into working together with the military services, I was struck by the dependence of the military healthcare in the civilian healthcare, because in modern military systems, I think it is like this in most countries. The medical part is quite small. So in the big picture, we are totally dependent upon the civilian healthcare to support the military during crisis. And I think with the architecture that is now built, both within NATO and the EU, that it will be possible to look at new and innovative ways to collaborate between countries in great conflicts. And I'm personally hoping that this region, the Baltic region, Poland, Germany, and the Nordic countries could try out new systems to support each other. Because if there becomes a conflict, an armed conflict in this region, we will definitely be dependent on collaborating across borders.
That's it. Thank you. In our country, I was active in 30 years in the system, and I felt we had a crisis starting from anthrax cases in 2001, next smallpox threat in 2003, and so on and so on. So it was always our perception in the military that the whole country depends on us. I would say, but it is changing. It is changing. I'm sure it is changing. But tell me how. Maria, maybe you.
Thank you. I'm head of Emergency Response Coordination Center, where we help when there is a request of assistance of country that cannot deal with a risk or challenge. And since ever, there was always a medical component in that, because even if you have an earthquake or flood, the hospitals might be destroyed, the flood can exacerbate some cholera risk, outbreaks, so there was always this. But then, also, as you mentioned, there are conflicts. And of course, pandemics, COVID pandemics, obviously showed us that we need to work with the healthcare authorities to help each other. But then there are conflicts. We have Ukraine, we have Gaza, we have Lebanon, and now even we have an earthquake in Myanmar, which is also a conflict torn. So when I look at the perspective of what is happening and what countries are asking, what are the risks, what are the challenges that they want us to help, there are a couple of things, and I think also, Bjorn, you mentioned already. First of all, there is decrease in capacity, and we have this shortage of medicines. We have shortage, but also fatigue of personnel. But also we have infrastructure that might be destroyed, and we need to scale up very quickly, because most of conflicts, what happens that we have the mass casualties, but also we can have refugee flows, and hence in some areas you have immediate increase of people that are in need. So when we work from the EU perspective and member states help each other, we have to look at how to handle this and how to address these risks. So many times, I mean, we have our stockpiles of medicines and medical equipment. We've seen that, for example, for Ukraine, we have been sending lots of equipment, even the ambulances, but also different types of ventilators, AKG equipments, basic medicines, but also not to Ukraine. We had the huge flow of refugees to Poland. And indeed, at that moment, it was Poland asking us for additional vaccines, because, of course, Poland has some stocks for their society, but then they were not prepared to get the vaccines, so we had to move the vaccines from other parts of Europe. So that's one. Again, I also mentioned that it would be, of course, you have the medicines, the typical medical equipment that we are sending. But in case that the electricity is broken because of shelling, for example, you know, Russia is shelling a lot on the electricity grids. We were sending also generators to hospitals in Ukraine to actually restore also the power so that they can operate. We mentioned also shortage of personnel. So what we are trying to do is to have trained and equipped teams of medical personnel that we can be deployed very quickly into different areas. Now, with conflict, it's very difficult. In the previous session, there was mentioning of the threat to humanitarian workers, of course, threats also to the medical teams that go on the ground. But also now, we even couldn't manage to get our teams into Myanmar, because in the conflict, we have an issue of access. Access also was an issue of Gaza. We cannot get in medical doctors to help people on the ground because of the conflict. So these are the additional new challenges that are arising, that even that there is a will, that there are equipment, there is people that want to get in, we cannot get in due to conflicts. So sometimes also when these the conflict-torn areas, they cannot handle anymore, then what the final possibility is to evacuate medically people in need. We are working on evacuation of patients and also injured from Ukraine, but also recently we have started at the European level evacuating Palestinian children. There are additional challenges. When it comes to evacuation, we need really medical equipped transport, and this is something that is really needed. I look at a colleague here, Bjorn, because Norway has fantastic transport, but you know, we use the Norwegian transport mostly to evacuate Ukrainian patients, but then also we have a couple of other medical equipped planes, and we did it for Gaza. So we had sent Slovakian, Luxembourgian planes to evacuate children from Gaza. But then we had explosion in North Macedonia, and we were stretched. So we can't even imagine how high those conflicts are putting pressure on our capacities. And here I just will finish that there where we actually count on military, because there where we count on military is about the capacities that not necessarily being medical, but actually many times we rely on military planes to help us go into very difficult areas to evacuate medically people in need. And I think this is also something that where we have this civilian military coordination, where in the areas of conflicts what we can rely is indeed to the military to bring us security, bring us planes that sometimes can only land in a very difficult environments and hostile environments.
Thank you. Thank you for this. It's very interesting. You've shown us the ways of support from the Commission in different operations. But I would still dwell on this theme of military civilian cooperation, because it is unique for this session. And with this, I would like Colonel Gregorski to tell us how is the perspective of our Minister of Defense currently, and the Colonel comes from the Department of the Military Healthcare. Yes, please.
Thank you. In perspective of the military, healthcare is the backbone of resilient society, essential in time of peace, crisis, and conflict alike. It is the responsibility of the state to ensure that access to medical service. Yet in times of war and crisis, this responsibility is severely tested. Crisis situations and armed conflicts generate massive casualties, straining local healthcare system already struggling with degraded infrastructure. Hospitals and medical facilities are not just overwhelmed, they are often directly targeted. Recent conflicts and terrorist attacks on hospitals have shown that the protection of healthcare facilities under international law can no longer be taken for granted. The cascading effects of war on healthcare are devastating. Shortages of medical supplies, loss of personnel, power and IT failures, water shortages, and the destruction of transport roads. Even nations serving as local hubs face threats, further complicating supply chains. In such a scenario, ensuring continued healthcare provision requires foresight, coordination, and innovative solutions. Effective crisis response in the healthcare sectors require close coordination between civilian and military institutions. And in times of crisis and armed conflict, ensuring medical service continuity and infrastructure resilience is a priority. At the European level, the EU supports crisis response through the EU Civil Protection Mechanism, facilitating medical aid, resources and mobilization, and cross-border healthcare cooperation. Joint efforts enhanced preparedness and response capabilities across member states. As well as NATO plays a crucial role in enhancing medical preparedness through strategic planning, medical logistics, and rapid response mechanism. The Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Coordination Center is NATO's principal civil emergency response mechanism. It plays a crucial role in coordinating disaster response efforts among NATO allies and partner countries. Close collaboration between these entities is essential to safeguarding healthcare services, protecting medical personnel and infrastructure, and ensuring a rapid and coordinated response in times of crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Robert. Thank you, Colonel. Okay, thank you very much. At the times of COVID-19, Konstanty was one of the pivotal, I would say, persons who organized the response to the search of the ill people to COVID-19, and his hospital was the first who was called to deal with the pandemic wave of patients. And Konstanty, tell me, had you ever the temptation to call the military for support? Please tell us how you dealt with this with these problems.
Thank you. So we were lucky that we had full support from our ministry, including the Ministry of Internal Affairs, helicopters, and so on. So we could use that during the pandemic. However, the problem during the pandemic that we learned from, and we can draw conclusions that can be also quite helpful in other crises such as war, is how to scale up what was earlier mentioned by Dr. Goodwalk, how to scale up the provision of healthcare services, which is not so easy because at the same time the children are still being born and people get a stroke or a heart attack. So how to scale up the provision of trauma services, for example, and at the same time maintain the expected level of other healthcare services. The problem with well-developed societies is that the expected level of healthcare services is completely different. So what we need to do and how we need to respond to new crisis in a way arises from our experience in COVID. Because then we learned that the flexibility of the hospitals, including the architecture, is crucial. Because when you have to transform the hospital into the COVID hospital, it turned out that in Polish hospitals, when no separate rooms were available, we ended up with purely COVID ICUs, and there were no ICU beds for anybody else. That arises from very, very poor architecture of our hospitals, because there is no money for investment and so on. And many people perish not to primary trauma, not to primary cause or infection, but to our handicapped healthcare systems. So no, we did not we were not tempted to ask our military colleagues for support. We had to deal with COVID. We had plenty of conclusions, and I believe that these conclusions can be very, very useful for future crises, including war.
Thank you, Konstanty. You are telling us there is no infrastructure. And we are having now the new piece of regulation, which is for the regulation for civil protection, and we really hope that this regulation that was issued last December will add additional funding and you know for building infrastructure to protect our personnel and the patients during the procedures in the hospital. Since we have see the tactics, for example, of the enemy, that everything that has the Red Cross on the roof is rocketed first. Yes, so we also need to know how to deal with the bombing and the rocketing of our hospitals, how to provide the procedures that will be safe for mainly for our critical personnel, for surgeons, for nurses, for other kind of doctors. Bjorn, do you think about it in Norway? How do you solve these issues?
Basically, we are trying or attempting to do the same that you are doing. I totally agree with Konstanty, who says that COVID showed us that we were not really prepared. We were not flexible enough. And there were lots of learning during COVID, so we have an opportunity now to go through the different scenarios and see how can we scale up, how can we change the way we work depending on the situation that we are in. And we are trying to, in my country, to look at the different scenarios and see what kind of consequences will they have, where will the shortages come, and what are our options. And I think an important part of that, Konstanty, you talked about the expectations of the population to have quality care in all situations. I think during the situations that we are talking about now, we will not be able to deliver the regular high quality services that we do. And we have to discuss this with the population as well before the crisis, because we will have to prioritize. We see that with the personnel that we have, although we experience a scarcity of personnel in Europe, but in historical times we have never had more health personnel anywhere in the world than we have in Europe at the moment. So we have to use the personnel that we have, but there will be a scarcity. We will not be able to deliver the same quality of services that the population is used to have, and we need to discuss this with them before the events are coming. Also because each and one of the population with different kinds of skills, they will have to contribute in a situation where the health service has to prioritize certain tasks. So we are currently trying to go through the whole plethora of scenarios and see where are the weaknesses in each scenario, and try to plan according to that.
Thank you very much, Bjorn. And I see that the panelists want to discuss between them, which is a dream of the moderator, of course. And for the comfort of moderator, as Maria will answer to the issues that were arisen. But giving you a floor, you are a specialist of the emergency actions in different parts of the world, I guess. And like I shown the example of Haiti. It was a very big mess in many agencies coming at the same time without any coordination, and this cholera where the UN blue helmets were accused to bring cholera being not clinically ill to Haiti, and it started from that. So how you see the coordination of the different agencies that are coming to support the region that it is disastered and has a problem with relief? Yes.
Thanks. I will indeed go on to coordination. I will still pick up on the military and civil cooperation and coordination. And I will actually start with the Haiti example, because indeed in Haiti, a part of the disasters, also, you know, the security situation is very complicated. So we had emergency medical teams, European teams, but they would not be able to operate if not the Dutch military vessels that happened to be in the area, and they were providing us security. I also mentioned the military planes that are helping us taking and picking up children from Gaza. But then the cooperation always works two ways, because I also mentioned that the civilian structures in Europe, different hospitals, are curing the injured soldiers from Ukraine. So it always works two ways. And I think indeed we need to think that I'm talking about Ukraine, I'm talking about Haiti, Gaza. What happens if we will have the war in Europe? Because then indeed the military will be engaged in the military operations, and there we will need to have the conflictions. We will need to see who depends on whom, and this is something that we need to prepare very well in advance. So now going back to your question on the coordination of different activities, I mean, it sounds easy, you just coordinate, but it's one of the most difficult tasks, because you always happen to forget about someone, or because indeed when you have chaos, when in the moment of crisis, the chaos is the worst. So it's very important to have the clear chain of command to see who is in charge and which and what should be the roles of different agencies, different actors. We are trying very hard, and again, it is not only about Ministry of Health or Civil Protection for that, or the Ministry of Defense and NATO. It's really all governance approach, because again, I will give you this example, which is very telling about the evacuation of children in Gaza. So obviously the first Ministry of Health authority that needs to be involved is the Ministry of Health, because they need to identify the hospitals that they can take care of those children. But then again, we know that many times we can only use military planes, so Ministry of Defense comes into. Of course, these are the Palestinian children, their families, they need to enter, so we need to have Ministry of Interior, they need to prepare the paperwork, because those children, they cannot just fly into Europe without any documents, without any visas, without anything. And then we also have, of course, we don't just pick up children, they come with their parents, with their brothers and sisters. So there's a whole Ministry of Social Affairs role in that to look for support to them. So I think it's really important that we build those scenarios and we think very broadly who can be involved, which ministry, which department. Also, we will talk in the next session about the civil society, which agency, which NGO, and we try to prepare for that. And that is something that indeed the European preparedness strategy is trying to put forward, that we start thinking before things get really bad.
Thank you, Maria. Let's try to discuss and solve such a puzzle or scenario, providing that our future, hopefully not, enemy has at disposal the nuclear or radiological dirty bomb, for example. And my hospital in the city of Olsztyn, which is on the northeast of this country, which is not from our Belarusian and Russian border, which is not relevant because it is a small population, and even if somebody cares to drop a bomb of 10 kilotons, I don't believe it. But Warsaw is a very, very good scenario. Constantly tell me, being a medical deputy, how would you solve, for example, the mass casualties of both conventional, having injuries, but also contaminated with the radiation, and from where we have, for example, these rare pharmaceuticals, like, for example, in chemical scenario, you would need, for example, atropine, you would need obidoxim, you would need many things like blood supplies and so on. How do we solve it on a national level? Because your hospital and the Warsaw city would need much of this.
Yes, so this issue is being discussed currently of these antidotes to the place where they are needed. Currently, we do not have antidotes, enough storage of antidotes. So even single cases of intoxication can sometimes require delivery of antidotes and importing them from abroad. So even single patients pose a threat because the amount that is now available is definitely too small. But getting back to your question, I will get back again to the technical requirements and architecture of the hospitals. Our heating, air conditioning, and ventilation systems should be capable of dealing with these threats. Without that, we will have no hospitals ready to provide healthcare services to our population. Unfortunately, the requirements that are in place in Poland are absolutely not adjusted to this kind of threat. So in this place, you do what you usually do during the crisis, and you do what we did during COVID. That means we improvise. So improvisation is our second nature in Poland, or perhaps the first. But yes, then you need to improvise. But to some extent, this improvisation can also be structured, and this is something that we have to prepare our staff for, how to improvise and how to provide them with enough resources to make this improvisation effective.
I wish I wouldn't hear this, that we are good at improvisation in this country. These scenarios come back to us every time we discuss it. So if the scenarios come back, they are at least possible, maybe probable. So I would say even if it is loss of money, like for the pandemic vaccine, for example, if we lose money, it is a good investment if we have this kind of drugs on a stockpile, including the blood supplies that should be rotated, of course, and this is why the costs rise. I give you an example. We have a good network of BSL-4 laboratories in Europe. Yes, one of them is in Sweden, in Karolinska, and I had in a case of improvisation because I had the good links and good communication with them. I could just borrow from them the DNA probes for PCR reaction against the Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever when we had the case that has been suspected. But if we don't have a stockpile, we need to at least know who has it and quickly transport it on a long distance to have it on site when we've got a case. In my hospital, there is one farmer that was poisoned by fertilizers, organophosphates. Yes, he used all the atropine from all the region because there is no atropine anywhere in the hospitals in a good enough amount. Yes, these are the problems and should be really solved before we have a war in this country. Thank you. And maybe last point, I would ask you, maybe again, Konstanty, we've got problem with financing the skills rising in our personnel. General surgeons are dying in this country because their procedures are not financed enough. And this kind of surgeons are crucial for the emergency when it comes. These surgeons are on contracts, so they are not prone to go for example, to exercises or the trainings in triage or in military field procedures. So how do you see it from the perspective of the National Institute of Medicine, which is actually built to cope with the education of such personnel, I guess?
It's a very, very good question and a valid issue nowadays. As most of doctors in Poland, you might not be aware of that, are self-employed. So this is kind of business-to-business arrangement. And most of them work in more than one place. And 5 places at the same time is not uncommon. So which of these 5 workplaces is their primary workplace? So where do you expect this doctor to appear on the first day of war? I don't know. So probably it was proposed by us, discussing this healthcare preparedness, that should be a system where you input the data of your employee. It's used for reimbursement purposes by our National Health Fund. And this is exactly the system where you should also input the primary workplace of this healthcare worker. It should be used for that, and the system is fully capable of that. So with that, you can provide that you have enough staff on the first day of war. If it's effective, I don't know, but this is something that we should at least try. But I should point out to another issue, maybe we only have like 3 minutes, that the more complex the medicine becomes, the more vulnerable it gets. So we should be prepared how to provide the services in the most complex parts of medicine, including surgery and intensive care, which was also mentioned by you.
Okay, we've got 3 minutes left, so final conclusions from whoever wants to make final conclusion.
Here we touch upon money, and well, EU doesn't have, of course, money for everything, but I think it's important that to stress that's what, at least at the European Coordination Response Center, we fund is the solidarity. So whenever a country is supporting another one, we would be supporting this operation up to 100%. And then yet again, also to pick up on the complexity of different stockpiles or medicines or CBRN even capacities, it is something also that the EU under the Union Civil Protection Mechanism is funding. So we are trying to see where are the gaps and niches in Europe and what is the most expensive, what cannot be funded by one member state, and we're trying to put it from the EU funds and build stockpiles. We have CBRN stockpiles, vaccine stockpiles, medicine stockpiles. So this is something where EU can make a difference to add this top up and to try to look for things that member states uniquely cannot fund, but then we can do it jointly. And always when we act in solidarity and helping the others, also in many cases to support medical health systems, it's with the EU funding.
We are very pleased to hear that. And Bjorn?
Yes, I totally agree here with the necessity of planning where a person should actually be in times of crisis. We have the same challenge in our country, and we are trying to go through the different scenarios and decide where should you go in that kind of crisis. And then we are also trying to get preparedness into education, both the university education, which hasn't really been much about preparedness up till now, but also the postgraduate education. So in all the different health professionals, we're trying to get that into the educational training. And then I think is of mutual interest for us to learn from Ukraine now. You said that you were improvising. We were improvising during the pandemic, but certainly the Ukrainians, they've had to improvise quite a lot. And I think they're also trying to make their improvisations into new procedures and guidelines, which we should adopt and try to make functioning in our countries before the war is actually coming to our countries.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. We've got old plan for militarization of our hospitals. Now we need to change it to the rather civil protection. And it is said to say that it is estimated from WHO that every second medic will appear on call. When the action starts. So we need to know how to really have recruitment, effective recruitment of the additional personnel and the methods of keeping them at work. Okay, it is. We exhausted our times, Mrs. Minister. I think we fulfilled our task. Yes, and nothing stands between your lunch and us now.
Yeah, thank you very much. Indeed, you are very much welcomed for a lunch break. Lunch will be served at the first floor, so downstairs. And we will see each other at 3 o'clock on session 3. Thank you. Okay, I think that we are ready to start the session number 3. To be honest, in my opinion, it might be the most exciting session, believe me, because when we see on our list of participants, of panelists, I think that you will be really excited by their interventions. So during this session dedicated to Preparation Society for Crisis, we would like to discuss the role of non-governmental organizations and local communities, social education and information campaigns. Also, maybe we will listen how to plan interventions and psychological support. And we will discuss mental health of children and adolescents. Now I would like to invite to take the floor our keynote speaker, Madam Minister Paulina Piechna-Węckiewicz, Ministry of National Education. Over to you, Madam Minister.
Excitement, that's the word we need at the end of every conference. Dear colleagues and esteemed guests, I'm deeply honored to be delivering maybe not so short keynote speech today in this magnificent setting and at this eminent forum. Today we are speaking on health security in the face of global challenges, climate change, urbanization, migration, and the role of digital technology. We are looking for the best improvements to the healthcare systems and outlined the risks they may face in crisis situations. We spoke boldly about coordination of actions and about building resilience, the most popular word ever in our presidency and in the whole world now. And that's the point I would like to start from. Mental health awareness isn't just about identifying problems. It's about building resilience and wellness practices into the daily lives of our young people. Before I address the actions of the Polish Ministry of National Education in this field, I want to emphasize that the safety of students and their physical health and emotional well-being is the ministerial priority. Mental health is a cornerstone of overall health and well-being, influencing every aspect of life. Mental health issues can lead to severe problems, affecting academic performance, social interactions, and limiting future opportunities for young people. Following this reasoning, the state's educational policy in the current academic year focuses on supporting the well-being and mental health of children and young people, developing empathy and sensitivity to the needs of others, improving the quality of inclusive education and the ability to work with a diverse team. This direction aims to provide high-quality education in diverse learning environments. The overarching goal is to create safe and supportive social environments that promote participation, accessibility, and the inclusion of all learners. The path to better mental health starts with honest conversations. Therefore, we strive for the goal of improved well-being through the development of interpersonal skills, emotional regulation, empathy, and caring for others. Building resilience with the focus on coping strategies and adequate recognition of the symptoms of crisis, stress, anxiety. Healthy, supportive relationships. And finally, preventing stigmatization related to the perception of oneself and others, or more importantly, to the subject of seeking specialist help in the area of mental health. So what is our plan and the action points? The Ministry of National Education has mapped 4 areas where the support is directed. Health promotion, including mental health. Socio-emotional learning, with the focus on resilience and the prevention of mental health issues. Assistance in mental crises, often through inter- and cross-sectoral collaborative work, and supporting recovery and reintegration of learners after experiencing crisis, with the support of peers, teachers, and school management in their schools, classes, and local environment. The needs of young people are complex and diverse, and in order to tailor adequate supports, we should be able to increase the complexity of our own perspective to the extent necessary to meet this challenge. Therefore, the collaboration between various sectors is key, and the Ministry of National Education regularly holds meetings with the representatives from various groups invested in the area of children's and youth mental health, such as Patients' Rights Ombudsman, the Children's Rights Ombudsman, the World Health Organization, non-governmental organization, representatives of youth organizations, or the National Center for Combating Addictions, experts and scientists. In our efforts to engage multiple stakeholders to craft solutions that are effective enough, we reach to our main partners, parents and carers. To that effect, among many other actions, the Education Development Center disseminates guidance on mental health crisis prevention. The guidance contains a number of free materials on the topic of mental health disorders, adolescence, the protection of learners' mental health at school, as well as information of the recommended programs aimed at young people. Finally, we recognize that we need the young people's perspective and involvement in order to craft solutions good enough to support their challenges. Ministry of National Education, in cooperation with the Foundation for the Development of the Education System, is implementing a project until 2028, the main goal of which is to develop and test in 200 secondary schools a method of peer support for students and an adult support a method of peer support for students in mental crisis, of course, with the support of adult coordinators, which will, a teacher, psychologist, or pedagogue, and they will contribute to improving the school climate, facilitate trust in teachers and other adults, and introduce active listening and mediation to the school system. Increased partnership between professionals and ensuring child and parent participation leads to better results for every young person. Similar assumption applies to education. Our schools shape the future by empowering individuals to reach their full potential. Being invested in inclusion, we notice the vital role mental health plays in education and how inclusive learning practices create a supportive environment for all learners. The intersection of mental health and inclusive approaches in education is a topic that demands reflection. Let's explore how in the Ministry of National Education we approach creating opportunities for better educational outcomes and healthier minds. Schools in Poland have a degree of autonomy in their approach to offer forms of care to students who need support. They can provide in school psychological and pedagogical assistance and offer an integrated approach to educational, preventive and care activities. The results of the annual diagnosis in terms of the developmental needs developmental needs of students in the school environment, including protective and risk factors, is of fundamental importance here as it allows for the application of adequate interventions and preventive measures. The Ministry of National Education is taking a number of actions to increase access to psychological and pedagogical support and improve its quality, including developing the professional competences of specialist teachers, such as pedagogues and school psychologists. We have substantially increased the numbers of specialist teachers in schools and preschools, which means every learner can obtain support in the learning environment without the need for additional diagnostic procedures from external centers. That's the main goal and our dream to happen. Moreover, the Ministry of National Education, in cooperation with universities, has developed an offer of free of charge postgraduate studies for teachers in order to enhance the desired competences of teaching staff in the area of working with learners with diverse educational needs. This third edition of studies is currently underway with the following subjects on offer: early intervention, child and family support, special pedagogy in inclusive education, educational psychology, and Polish Sign Language for teachers. From many other projects focusing on inclusion, preventive measures, and creating supportive learning environments that the ministry is involved in, I would like to choose just a few to talk about in some depth. The first is a collaborative project undertaken by the Institute of Educational Research in cooperation with UNICEF, universities and non-governmental organizations addressed to specialists like pedagogues, psychologists, special education teachers, speech therapists, employed in preschools and schools, entitled School Accessible to All. Its main goal is to improve the competences of specialists in providing support adequate to the needs of all groups of recipients: children, students, parents, subject teachers. The project implements activities supporting the well-being of learners and improving the quality of inclusive education by improving the competences of teachers who work in diverse classrooms. The project also includes a program on mental health protection and prevention. The other two are projects co-financed by the European Funds for Social Development and aim to support of the developmental and educational needs of all learners. The first one focuses on the development coordinated system of specialist centers supporting inclusive education, created in special settings as their additional role. The most important tasks of these centers include methodological support and advice for educational staff from mainstream preschools and schools, ensuring access to specialists, equipment and supplies as and if required. The second, supporting the accessibility of education for children and youth with similar aims as aforementioned has already developed, among others, methodological materials on universal design in education with particular emphasis on approaches aimed at learners' mindfulness and motivation. The work is now being undertaken on developing the tools for assessing and supporting the well-being at school. As there is little time left, I would like to end on the changes in our national curriculum. From 1st of September 2025, a new subject, health education, is planned to be introduced in primary and secondary schools. The new subject treats human health in a comprehensive manner. And the issues included in the core curriculum include a wide spectrum of content related to mental and physical health. I'm really grateful for our team from Ministry of Education that we had very good cooperation with Ministry of Health if we are talking about this curriculum. So, so the new subject treats human health and the issues included in a comprehensive manner, and the issues included in the core curriculum include a wide spectrum of content related to mental and physical health, as well as issues of prevention and addiction. It should be emphasized that the core curriculum of health education assumes introducing students to building health literacy. This is really important. For us, this is one of our priorities, not only in Ministry of Education, but if I may say, for our government also. Knowledge, skills, and social competences, they are also really important in this curriculum. Competences that allow for accurate recognition of the health needs of oneself and the environment and taking appropriate preventive or corrective actions. The changes are related to the deteriorating health indicators of the entire population and the need to comprehensively address the issue of health education in school teaching. I hope I illustrated through that short speech how the education system in Poland aims to provide learners with support they may require on their path to adulthood. The Ministry of National Education is implementing a number of initiatives aimed at improving the availability and quality of psychological and pedagogical assistance in order to support children's development, education, and integration in society. This assistance is provided in each preschool and school, and it's implemented by teachers, educators, and specialists such as psychologists, pedagogues, and speech therapists. As part of European projects, our programs are aimed at building a coordinated system of specialist support and developing teachers' competence, as well as developing diagnostic tools supporting the understanding of students' needs. Additionally, the Ministry of Education has introduced training and advisory programs for teachers, specialists, and parents, and also promotes activities for the protection of students' mental health and prevention of mental disorders. Thank you for your attention. I'm really grateful that I had this occasion to be with you here. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you for this introductory speech. Now I would like to invite to the stage our moderator, Maria Zuber, Head Emergency Response Operations, ERCC. And I would like to invite also the panelists. Mrs. Anna Szczepanik, Deputy Director for National Society Development, Polish Red Cross. Mrs. Zofia Kwolek, Polish Center for International Aid. Mrs. Martyna Kowacka, the Polish Scouting and Guiding Association. Mrs. Wiktoria Kinik, Empowering Children Foundation. Mrs. Kamila Kadzidłowska, Parents for Future Poland. And Mr. Paul Barash, ASFIR, Association of Schools of Public Health in the European region. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the third session. We talked already about different crises, pandemics, climate change, conflicts. So now in the face of this contemporary crisis, we need to look how to prepare societies for responding and adapting the society. And this is really of key importance. So our session will focus on preparing the society for crisis. One of the key messages already mentioned EU preparedness strategy, which among others call for whole society approach. And who is closer to the society if not non-governmental organizations and local communities? Of course, they cannot act alone and in isolation, so we also will see how to address the possibilities of a cooperation on all different levels of administration, EU institutions, NGOs, local communities. We need to bring together all relevant actors. And that also includes you in the public, because we have a surprise for you. It's late, so we decided that this time it will be very interactive, so bear with us. Be very attentive, because there is a set of interactive parts at the very end. Our panelists will share their experience in intervention, planning, conducting information campaigns, providing psychological supports, particularly in the context of mental health for children and youth. And the session will also provide an opportunity to reflect on the role of social education in building resilience, exactly what our keynote speaker was mentioning, in preparedness for crisis, and that's very important. So let's look at the importance of the non-governmental organizations, given their connection to population, their understanding of the needs, vulnerabilities, because that's a key importance, both for preparedness and in case of crisis. And recently, just to highlight, we had very, very big important crises that changed our landscape, of course, COVID-19 and the war against Ukraine. We have here Deputy Director General of the Polish Red Cross, which is the oldest humanitarian organization in Poland. That's why the first key questions will be to Anna. What specific action does the Polish Red Cross undertake in the area of social education and preparing citizens for crisis situation? And a part of the actions also, what are the biggest challenges faced by Polish Red Cross when working with local communities in the context of crisis preparedness?
Thank you, Maria. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for invitation. It is an honor to be here as a representative of Polish Red Cross and member of the largest network on humanitarian aid, Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. We have an auxiliary role to support government bodies in humanitarian efforts. It's the legal base. But the second, we are using all best practices and lessons learned for all national societies across Europe. And it's why we are the professionalists in all phases of preparedness to crisis. Preparedness, response, recovery, and prevention. Based on this, as a Polish Red Cross, we develop and implement our strategy, which use 3 pillars. First, preparedness in act to crisis. For example, rescue teams, humanitarian aid group, or we see this on the previous presentation, blood donation promotion. Second part is society activation, dedicated special for children, for seniors, me and all of us going to be older, hope, health person in the future. But if we are talking about conference organized by Ministry of Health and Education, I would like to mention about the third most important part of strategy. It's health promotion, especially mental health. We organize nationwide trainings, psychological first aid for children, dedicated special for teachers, parents, or different staff which have contact with children, or a special program for sports coach. During we show how recognize symptoms of depression and how young sportsmen and sportswomen behave should be a symptom of mental health issue. And all this activity we try to organize using a CBF, community-based engagement, and of course PGI approach. What about challenges, money and funds? If you are working on the third sector, it's always the challenge. But when we are going deeply, especially on this conference, we are talking about for 2 days about mental health. For us, the most important thing is breaking the taboo on psychological support. Mental health is not an expensive activities in humanitarian response, but has priceless impact for individuals, for families, for communities, or for all economic factors. Of course, we could talk here about the gap of access, weaknesses of health system, or lack of specialists. But without changing mindset that people can use psychological support, our work as NGOs or all trainings and education doesn't happen in success. We see all the time problem with shame, with asking help during the Ukrainian crisis and providing these activities. And now during our operation during a flood and our activities on the south of Poland. Modern world is that we all living in the bubble, and we all thinking that our country, our world looks like a capital city or a big city center. Not. We should think all the time about rural territory, about small towns, and about men, because all research or our experiences shows that still young men and general men have a problem to show his emotional problems. They need still support to ask about help.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned the taboo on psychological supports, and indeed we need to keep focus on that, and particularly when it comes to youth and children, because they might be particularly vulnerable, but also they are a very important group, the young people that need to be prepared better. And sometimes when we look at authorities, it's not that prominent. And indeed, here in the panel we have two ladies that work very closely with the youth. We have Martyna, who is involved in the Polish Scouting and Guiding Association, and Victoria, that is a spokesperson for Empowering Children Foundation. So the next two questions are for you. Martyna, what mental health prevention action should be taken to prepare youth for crisis?
Thank you for this question, and I'm really glad to be here. Our main goal as a Polish Scouting and Guiding Association, the HP, is the holistic development of children and young people. Although we don't primarily focus on the crisis management, our, let's say, operation naturally support this objective. How to prepare youth for the crisis? I can share with you several best practices from my organization. The first thing is building mental resilience. Equip young people with the skills to cope with challenges. This involves engagement them in the decision-making process and helping them recognize their strengths. Second thing is developing social and emotional skills, foster communication, empathy, and strong social connection among youth. Creating a supportive environment encourages them to express their emotion and seek help when it's needed. Next thing is encouraging help-seeking behaviors. Normalize seeking support by educating both youth and adults about the importance of the mental health. Create a safe space. The COVID-19 pandemic revealed how isolation affects young people well-being. In response, as a ZHP, we prioritize mental health and normalize seeking support. And since 2020, we have provided assistance through our internal helpline, Strefa Pomocy, Help Zone, where psychologists and therapists offer support and education. And the last thing is trainings. We train our staff in psychological first aid and stress management. And since 2021, we have trained over 800 individuals. Additionally, as a ZHP, we have created a system when youth support each other and seek assistance from the Strefa Pomocy. We conduct psychological educational activities and focus on building strong relationship. These 5 practices, in my opinion, are worth nothing. By fostering resilience and promoting a healthy lifestyle, we can better prepare for the future challenges. If we don't prioritize mental health today, young people will struggle to face tomorrow's challenges. We also recognize that no governmental organization often rely on support, and we are grateful for our partnership with the Ministry of National Education that help us to do these things in our organization. But it's also important to choose the right communication channels to effectively reach out these people who need know about it and to need maybe sometimes help.
Thank you. Indeed, how to reach these young people, and I think that's something that Victoria can help us with. What communication tools are the most effective in reaching different social groups, including children, youth, and adults?
Maria, thank you for this question. Thank you for this invitation. I'm really happy that I can be here. I represent Empowering Children Foundation. Is one of the biggest foundation which focus on children rights, and also for their safety. I'm really happy that when we are talking about health security, we are talking about mental health, because we provide a helpline 116 111 thanks financial support Ministry of Health. We are really grateful for it, and we have a lot of insights from this helpline. And still 40% of people, children and adolescents, which they calling to helpline, generally they're calling with mental crisis, so we should remember about it that still we have a problem. And about these tools, when we want to find the tools that are the best for children or to adolescents, we have to understand them. We try to find their needs, their interests. We have to know what is important for them. Of course, we as a foundation, we had a lot of social campaign, and for example, we do it social campaign special for children who is finished 13 years old. Of course, we remember that before children shouldn't have a social media, so they can find a lot of great information, for example, how they can be support for each other. But what I would like to say, because we said a lot about factors which they have influence for mental health, but still we didn't say about violence and peer violence, for example, domestic violence. We have in our foundation a research department, and we prepare every 5 years diagnosis, and we see that correlation between violence and mental health is really, really high, and we should remember this. I'm really happy that we start to thinking about how we can protect children from violence again. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have in the panel Kamila, who is from the Polish Foundation Parents for Climate. And if we talk about climate, I mean, we had in the very first panel the presentation on how climate also is related. We always talk about preventing, because preventing is better than curing. And that's why we go to Kamila to ask her the following question. In times of compounding crisis, climate, health, social and geopolitical, how can we ensure that community-based actors, including civil society, schools, families, are not only responders, but co-creators of long-term preventing strategies?
First, thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's a great opportunity for me to be here, and thank you for the invitation. Because we as Parents for Climate, we are actually a social movement that is born out of concern for our children's health and future. We leave them. And before answering this question, before we can talk about the co-creation of long-term preventive strategies, we must realize that most communities today are not even given the basic tools to understand the crisis that they are expected to face. And let me use the metaphor of the medical metaphor, that we need to help people to diagnose the problem, because without it, it's impossible to tackle the crisis. So the first step must be a clear and shared understanding the risks. And here the key point to realize is that what we call the health risk and climate risk are not separate challenges. They are the same, they have the same roots, causes that undermine European Union security, and it's not by an accident. Let me perhaps repeat it, because I guess it was mentioned this morning, but I'm not 100% sure, so I couldn't be there. So it's an energy system based on important fossil fuels, very often import from the places that experience violent conflicts and that cause people to terrible disasters and migration. That is also air polluting, unsustainable transport that leaves people excluded somewhere in the suburbs with no choice than to buy an old diesel. And there is also an unsustainable food system that actually is more normalized than the access to healthy local and seasonal food. And it's also an urban sprawl and economic models that prioritize the short-term growth over well-being. So these forces are not only demanding to understand its nature, but we also need to talk to people and help them to realize that it's like a common strategy to undermine our national securities. And for that, we need to talk to people. So we need to leave our comfort zones. We need to go to sometimes miners or farmers that are sometimes pointed at and said that, well, it's because of them your children are breathing polluted air or have no access to healthy food because they do not want the clean transition and climate policies. And when we go to the communities as our social movements and we talk, we discover that we have all common fears, and it's like in case of miners. I remember that 5 years ago, that was one of the miners that told us that, well, most of the coal, Polish coal, that is burned in our houses to heat our homes and that pollutes our air is brought from Russia, from Donbass, where people are suffering and dying. So this helps us to build the bridges and the fight polarization. That is one of the key goal of the disinformation, the systemic climate and health disinformation. That is like a strategy point of the Kremlin strategy, and unfortunately, it's very well transmitted by big techs. So talking to people, going out of comfort zones, and it's not easy without the systemic support. For example, when we look at the Scandinavian societies and ask how come that that in the strategies, in the national strategies, the basic thing is to keep people healthy and as resilient as possible, and not to invest
an enormous amount of money in the health system, we discovered that it's thanks to the public trust and public participation. So here are our efforts that we put in building the platforms of communication with various actors. So from many sectors, also from the NGOs, from grassroots movements, from the very furious groups that are sometimes on the streets, up to the local government levels and the ministers. So we try to be there where the lobbyists, the business lobbyists are, and to be the voice of parents and of children, because actually at the end we often hear that we can't implement the policies that will help us to breathe cleaner air because we will lose on competitiveness in any ways, you know, all these explanations. And then these voices are said to be the civic society voices. It's not true. So we, as the social movements, we need to create platforms for people to be there also in Polish Parliament, and to advocate for this. What is like the basic for public health is actually good for climate. And I will quote here, perhaps well known here, an expert of WHO, Maria Neira, Dr. Maria Neira, who always repeats that what's good for climate and environment, it's good for health, and it's good for our economy. And especially in the European Union, when we don't have our fossil fuels, this is actually our chance to put an integration of climate policies into the health prevention programs, so including the reducing air and noise pollution, limiting highly processed food, ensuring access to green spaces, that is so crucial for the good mental health, and promoting physical activity, addressing digital addictions, online risk and disinformation, and implementing a just transition in the food and transport sectors, and promoting universal health and climate education alongside environmental medicine. This is something what we lack, and we do our best not to censorship this narrative, because I think we need courage to say that the climate policies are actually public health policies. We have some campaigns that we try to raise without any commercial funds. So perhaps they are not visible, but perhaps sometimes we get the feedback that they are visible. That's very nice. For example, lately we created the recipes for clean air. We made this campaign that even reached the WHO summit in Colombia lately, that took place 1 or 2 weeks ago. And on these recipes, we just listed all the elements, like monitoring around air quality monitoring around schools, or eliminating the chokers, you know, the coal-fired heating system around schools, and giving the public transport, investing in public transport, and all these policies was focusing on the most vulnerable groups in society, so children. Is on our recipes that we hand to the local governors, and then they say like, well, but we don't have money, and then we repeat them, well, you have this money for that in climate policies. You just need to go out of the very narrow perspective and think cross-sectoral in reaching this goal. So here we are, and I know it's not easy, and it's very often frustrating, but this dialogue and building the bridges is something like a therapy that we try to promote cross-sectorally.
Thank you. I absolutely take note that climate and health are connected, and unfortunately we already have climate change. It's reality, it's happening, and health crises, we've experienced the biggest one, the COVID-19 pandemic, but many others. So when this happened, at least let's try to learn from it. So that's why this is the question from our Professor Barash, that how can we better measure and learn to improve community disaster preparedness by more effectively collating and embracing lessons from previous disasters?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm going to change gears here just a little bit. So I'm a practicing clinician and a public health professor, a former Army officer and a hospital administrator. And so if you could show the slides, please. So what I would like to talk about is the fact that in the Association of Schools of Public Health, in the Warfare Task Force, we have been deliberating about the fact that we have not used the last 3 years to prepare public health, the training programs, the accrediting programs. We need to change the way we think about these things, and we have to understand what we mean by the term resilience. And it begins with the fact that we could learn from other industries how to prepare not for a black swan, but for a white swan. You don't prepare for disasters once in 10 years. Unless you do it every day, you don't do it well. And that's a really important message. So I'm a big fan of Kosciuszko. I'm probably going to mispronounce his name. Yesterday I visited him, and I thought it'd be a good reminder for us that we have an opportunity to lead with courage here. And the fact that Poland is leading on health and security is important, because health has been marginalized, and certainly health in crises. So if you haven't been to this remarkable mound, I'd highly recommend you go there. So I want to introduce you to high reliability organizational models. This is the prevailing theory for how companies and governments treat disasters. The idea behind high reliability is that it must be based on trust. No trust, no preparedness. No culture change, no change. Doesn't matter how much money you throw at it. This is not a money problem. Today I've heard many people say we don't have enough money. I'm here to tell you, even with a lot of money, you might not be prepared. So austerity often is an opportunity for thinking deeply about what is the problem here. And the problem here is leadership not committing to change. I was very much impressed with Bjorn's talk, who directly spoke to the fact that the Norwegian government did a gap analysis and said, we're not ready for an invasion. We're not ready. It wasn't sugar-coated. It wasn't hidden deep six. It was publicly available. That's transparency to engage our populations, because they're not ready because we're not ready. What high reliability argues is that unless we lead with transparency and trust, it doesn't matter how much money you throw at a problem, you're likely only going to affect the margins. Very, very important element of high reliability is what's called sense making. What that means is that if we want doctors and nurses and public health leaders to change, they have to understand why. And again, I want to commend the Norwegians for showing the why, not just the how. How is easy, why is harder. Why is about engaging the hearts and minds, and we have failed to engage Europeans for preparing for disasters. We recently published a paper about the Valencia disaster. Weather similar to here, several months ago, 250 people died, 60 billion euros loss. The people in the city that paid attention didn't die. The people that were in the wrong part died, just like that, in the middle of one of the most famous cities in Europe. It's a very important example. 3 years ago, it was in Germany. Exact same problems, misaligned leaders, lack of technology and human factors, lack of high reliability approaches to an all hazards approach. The answer is not technology or AI, although they might be helpful. The answer is changing the culture and dealing with disasters in a way that we should be, which means the schools, the curriculum, the accreditation. Very little has been talked about the fact, not how we have a shortage of doctors and nurses, but how do we engage the ones that we have? Again, money is not the answer, although money can help. The answer is engaging the why. This is why Kosciuszko is so important. So another key part of this, again, this is this model, and what it argues is that with culture, you can engage other elements of society, teachers, people, the community. The community has to be engaged if we want them to be ready for the crises. Just like we can't improve the outcome of children with mental health without the children. That means co-production. It's not paternalistic, and it doesn't matter how smart your leaders are. Unless the people are willing to follow, you're going to get a serious problem. So another part of this story is the science of improvement. So we've learned from manufacturing that is only through continuous cycles of change. It's going to take 5 to 10 years to get Poland ready for a crisis. 5 to 10 years. That means you're years behind. So think about it that way. You can't convert overnight. You won't be able to do the Norwegian model, even if they give you all their secrets, which are available publicly. You have to prepare for this, and that means being ready for the next several years, and that means improving and measuring using things like Lean, Six Sigma, and improvement models that the best of Polish industries use every day. This is another way of thinking about this. If we want to improve disaster crises for Poland and Europe, we have to improve, we have to learn, we have to measure, and we have to use measurements that make sense, that aren't just convoluted and difficult to understand. Another way of thinking about this is the Donabedian model. So for those of you who are health services researchers, this is the building block, a Spanish, American, Armenian leader who helped us answer the question, how do we improve healthcare services? It turns out we do it by listening to the nurses, to the doctors, to the public health community nurses, to the Boy Scout leaders and Girl Scout leaders. That's how we do it. That's co-production, and I'm not hearing enough of that, and that's our challenge if we're going to get Europe prepared for these challenges. So this is a way of measuring it, so this is called the implementation framework. Even though we have evidence for crisis preparation, unless we think about the context and the culture and the enablers, it's very difficult to get sustainable preparedness. We spent so much time and money on COVID, and several years later, most of those lessons have been forgotten. It's as if people don't remember anymore that we were in the midst of the worst crisis in maybe 50 years. And now it's like, what? Crisis? And so if we didn't learn from that, why do you think we're going to learn from some more drum banging? We're not, because we're not changing the way we think about these crises. So I want to wrap up by 2 slides. One is this fantastic book by Amy Edmondson, who argues that psychological safety, the ability of staff to speak up, the ability of managers to speak up to the ministry, the ability of students to speak up to teachers respectfully, but still to speak up, that psychological safety is the most important thing to produce better outcomes. We've just finished a large study in Norway, and we showed that irrespective of input of doctors, when nurses don't feel respected and trusted, more patients die. More patients die because staff don't feel safe to speak up. The same thing applies to disaster and emergencies. The staff we want to change have to believe that we will support them when they go out on the line. So I'm going to end this part by saying that these elements require social scientists, they require human factors engineers, and they require the private sector to help us deal with these things, because without them, we won't be able to get to true societal engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. No trust, no preparedness. I listened. And how do we get trust? By listening to each other, by, as you say, co-producing, and by speaking up. And I think that's where we are now. We have here the representative from the non-governmental institution that can here speak up in public, lots of public authorities. But I want to start with a very positive and successful example of cooperation between different levels of society. Between the EU, national authorities, in particular Polish Ministry of Health, as well as NGO, who is today represented by Zofia, the PCPM. But also including the support from the WHO international level. And I think this, the Medevac hub that is there and was created by all those actors to allow for medical evacuation from Ukraine shows that if there is a really big need, we can work together and we have to trust each other. So Zofia, the Medevac hub operated by PCPM, was established to meet the urgent and unique challenge of facilitating medical evacuation from Ukraine. Could you elaborate on why this initiative was so critical, especially in Europe, which hasn't witnessed such a crisis in decades, and how actually the Medevac hub, as a model of international cooperation, be used to educate the general public on the importance of international cooperation during the times of crisis?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As I have microphone, I have to start with with this opinion of mine that thanks to this panel, we have been able to balance men and women ratio among the panelists. So yay, third sector. And PCPM stands for Polish Center for International Aid. We are NGO established almost 20 years ago. We are providing humanitarian development and medical aid with headquarters in Warsaw, with various offices around Poland, and office in the Middle East and East Africa. So we are quite experienced in dealing with various humanitarian crises. However, nobody expected that we are going to face a crisis of such scale on European soil. The Medevac hub in Rzeszów-Jasionka, it's going to be a very concrete example of unique initiative on European scale, I have to say, which was established to secure a crucial point for patients during their medical evacuation from Ukraine. And yes, it is managed by PCPM, but as Maria said, this hub cannot exist without the financing from the European Union, without the cooperation between the Ministry of Health of Poland and Ukraine, without the support from WHO. And it is managed by the emergency medical team PCPM, which is the WHO certified team of medical experts. We are also part of EU civil protection mechanisms. And you asked why the hub addresses what kind of challenges we address. First of all, we provide safe transit point. It's vital for stabilizing patients before their journey to hospital across Europe. We so far helped evacuation of 3.5 thousand individuals, patients and their families. They are both military and non-military. More than half are wounded, including those with limb amputations, gunshot wounds, severe burns. We have oncology patients who cannot receive adequate treatment in Europe because of the war. The influx of complex cases overwhelms the Ukrainian healthcare system. Another factor is that we are facilitating access to specialized care in Europe, and it's a crucial link in the broader EU medical evacuation system because it enables efficient transfer of patients from Ukraine to Jasionka, which is the closest operating airport to the front line on the Polish side of the border, and then by medical aircraft to specialized hospitals throughout Europe. And I have to underline that we are very grateful to all the member states and all European countries who actually are receiving our patients. They are Ukrainian patients, because another challenge we address is that we are relieving the Polish healthcare system, because otherwise, as Poland being the country closest to the front line, probably many of these patients will overwhelm Polish healthcare system. The patients who are being transferred via hub, they also receive immediate medical and psychological support. We have Ukrainian-speaking psychologists who are a crucial part of our team, and please believe me, sometimes we have very severe cases of trauma, and people sometimes they're just afraid of going to countries they do not know, they do not speak language. Sometimes they travel with children. We have child patients as well. So this crisis, as we already underlined, is unprecedented in Europe, the crisis of this scale. So HUB is a unique entity, and right now we already received many delegations from other member states, from our German colleagues from Sweden. Last week we have a large group of French medical experts who want to learn how to establish such place, how to run it, how to operate it. Hopefully this knowledge will never be needed further to the west of Europe. However, we have to be prepared. So it's only one of the programs related to building resilience we run as PCPM, and it's been playing a key role for the medical evacuations for over 2 years, and it's very much needed. So the program will be, thankfully, continued. Yes, I want to mention also that we are, and this is not supported with the EU funds, but we are also providing repatriations of patients, of those who either are healthy already and they want to go back to Ukraine, or in some scenarios, the patients who cannot be cured and they want to go back to die in their country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zofia, and indeed, excellent example of how different levels can work together. But I hope it's not only PCPM, and so I will ask further. Martina, how can non-governmental organizations effectively collaborate with state institutions to increase the effectiveness of actions?
Thank you for this question. I believe that this cooperation is really important. This successful teamwork is built on the good relationship, ongoing communication and daily cooperation. ZHP has a long history of working closely with the authorities at all levels, the central one and in the cities, which help us respond effectively. Our familiarity with local authorities make it easier to work together, especially in time of crisis, as we both understand what we can do and how we can help each other. I can highlight 2 recent crises where this collaboration was really crucial. The first was, of course, escalation of the Russian aggression in Ukraine. ZHP quickly mobilized to help refugees using our connection with other NGO and the local authorities. This teamwork allowed us to provide better and faster help to those in need. And the second situation was the flood that happened in southern Poland last year. Here ZHP works closely with the local governments as well. At the central level, we collaborate with the Ministry of National Education, which provides us money to support the project that addressed immediate needs, like helping with flood recovery, providing psychological support, and assisting children to returning to school by buying supplies and organized trips for them. It was really good collaboration, and I think that yes, it was. And it is, yes. As NGO, we understand the needs of the community because we work closely with them every day. This helps us provide this insight that we can improve responses by working together with the authorities, with sharing knowledge, resources and strategies. We can make a significant difference in the lives of those we want to help. We also cannot ignore the fact that in Poland we recently adopt Population Protection and Civil Defense Act, and it's, I can say, offers us a new opportunity. This is create another platform to dialogue between NGO and the government and the local authorities. We should take advantage of this time to develop the best model of cooperation, including coordination of actions, so we can better use the potential of NGO during the crisis. So if I should answer in the one sentence, I would say it's through daily cooperation and teamwork that can be used in the crisis situation.
Thank you, Martina. You mentioned the very recent crisis, Ukraine and floods, but Polish Red Cross was there much more longer, and that's why I'm turning now to Anna to ask how does the Polish Red Cross collaborates with state institution and other organizations to increase this effectiveness of action in crisis situation, because you might have even more in-depth experience with that.
Thank you, Maria, for our story. I'm looking for the time, and I would like to tell about only one example, because we are under umbrella Polish Presidency and conference Ministry of Health. I would like to tell you about the project DigiSante. Thanks to funds of EU for Health, we, as a Polish Red Cross and other national societies in Europe, we had been starting since May 22 to provide psychological first aid to people affected by the Ukrainian crisis. It's why it's important. First, the fast response, because the war was started in February. Second, we start collaborate on the UN level, thanks to support our Red Cross UA office and federation. Then we have to collaborate with local authorities because the beneficiaries are in local communities, in local shelters, and we can offer very high quality psychological support. What is the aim? After almost 3 years, we have over 500,000 beneficiaries, including children, old people. What is important in this project that it's not dedicated only for Ukrainian citizens all across Europe. It's dedicated even for Polish people because are affected also about this crisis. We use this project to teach our members, our volunteers, because now they are the spokesmen, focal points of first aid, psychological first aid. And we, during this project, we deliver different kind of services, peer-to-peer, group consultation, but the most important is our helpline call center, which is the example, of course, to help people, but it's the focal point for other NGOs because our call center has a database of different NGOs, even my colleagues, and we offer our beneficiary contact with small, sometimes small NGOs, which provides very detailed activities. And it is the good example how collaboration between different levels of authorities, different organizations, is guarantee of success in preparedness and in all crisis preparedness. And my last thought is the strongly recommendation to think about psychological support as a part of disaster response and recovery strategy. Without them, all our preparedness it's not complete.
Thank you, and it was good to hear different examples how the NGOs work with state institutions. And actually, Martyna mentioned already the new civil protection bill that was very recently adopted in Poland, and it really has also very cross-cutting, let's say, approach also to work across different sectors. And I know that Zofia also analyzed this bill, so I wanted to ask her what specific opportunities does this bill present for NGOs to contribute to the crisis response efforts?
So similar to many European countries, Poland is undertaking resilience building efforts on much larger scale. these days. An essential component of the new bill is the engagement of NGO as an important actors in the civil protection. So some of the NGOs, some of the organizations like Red Cross or the Scouting associations are explicitly named in the legislation, which is good. For the others, the assessment of their implementation capabilities and potential is required to be integrated into the system. And I have to underline that for many NGOs, the last 3 years were really, really significant, because those NGOs who responded to the refugee crisis, and we had millions of refugees who came to Poland seeking for help, they gained unique experience in dealing with such crisis on the Polish soil. And it's really important that these entities are integrated into the national civil protection system by the Polish state. So, because they really have the experience, and even the local ones working in the regions, they have the expertise. What they are lacking is, of course, somebody already mentioned that, I think it was Joanna, that it's a budget. And we face decreasing funding, because many international organizations who were funding Ukrainian programs in Poland, they already left. Of course, many of them, they had to scale down the activities, not mentioning the cuts coming from the other side, from the pond, but everybody knows that. So it is important to underline that Poland is significantly increasing its budget for resilience building. 1.3% of GDP will be allocated to civil protection and defense, and a portion, of course, very small portion, but there will be a portion of these funds which should be and hopefully will be redistributed to NGOs, which in the accordance with the principle of subsidiarity, which, to be honest, was not very much implemented during the last government which we had, and it's changing now, should be included in activities for the benefit of Polish society. So as PCPM, we are prepared, we have the programs, we have the capacity, many other NGOs the same, to respond to the needs. And we are ready to be verified, we are ready to support the system. As PCPM, we also run Polish organization Pooled Fund, very unique Pooled Fund. The name Pooled Fund is familiar for the humanitarian sector. This Pooled Fund is a little bit different because it's funded thanks to the corporate donors we have. And right now there's going to be a 5th edition of the Pooled Fund, and we plan to support smaller NGOs in building their capacity for crisis preparedness. Of course, this is a very small scale comparing to the needs that they are, but we are there as NGO community, and we are, waiting for the new bill to be fully implemented, because we are still waiting for some laws to be passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Fingers crossed that all the important NGOs can be integrated into the support. We spoke about the whole of society approach and the whole of government approach, but there's yet a third level, and I think Camila started a little bit talking about it, an integrated all-hazard approach, and we also had before the mentions of different hazards, full spectrum of natural human-induced risks and threats that need to bring together all available tools. And actually, I will go now to Professor Barak to tell me what are the pressing needs for integrating disaster management frameworks to foster political and community cohesion and enable societies to build organic adaptive capacity to effectively tackle the increasing challenges of climate-driven extreme weather disasters. Again, building on what Camila started.
Thanks, Maria. I think we've mentioned all hazards. I want to mention the Sendai framework. So the WHO for many years, under the leadership of Virginia Murray, have created a framework called the Sendai framework, which is an all-hazards approach, which is endorsed by all signatories now. I'll also give you a pitch. In 4 weeks in Tokyo, there'll be the World Association of Disaster Medicine and Public Health, which will focus on these topics. There's 1,200 delegates already, about 40 NGOs. The idea behind this is the 4 T's. First is truth-telling. The second is transparency. The next one is trust. The next one is building teams, and only in that order. Because when you build teams without the rest, the teams fail. And finally, sustainability, which is a ST, which is really about sustaining through that. So that's what we've learned by organizational development in the space of disaster and emergency medicine. Last year, a year ago, at the European Parliament, we had 27 countries and about 18 NGOs. And again, the challenges were in this new world of complex, shifting, and more severe disasters, we have to change the way we talk. We have to change the way we relate. We cannot use Zoom alone. We have to do face-to-face. We know that trust is highly dependent on face-to-face socialization. And so we have to remember that while all these technologies are valuable, let's not forget that trust is ancient and it hasn't really changed very much. If anything, it's gotten worse. Technology doesn't build trust despite what the companies say. The evidence shows that technology often diminishes trust. And so we have to think about that. How do we deal with this loss of trust or tacit trust, right? The other aspect is measurement. So using transparent process and outcome measures. So you know, one of the unintended consequences of the unfortunate shutting down of USAID is that a lot of governments in low and middle income countries are starting slowly to say, oh, maybe we're responsible for our own people. This is sort of a good thing, actually. It's unfortunate that it happened this way, but it is important to realize that at the end of the day, disaster management only works if the citizens want it to work. And again, I want to highlight, Bjorn, your comment about the fact that now you're expecting that each citizen can survive 1 week by themselves. 10 years ago, the US promoted 3 days by yourself, and the hospitals went crazy. We can't do that. And so it's all about setting expectations. And I think we have to help the population be more mature and start taking responsibility. It was no different during World War II when populations had to exist with their own means. We can help them, we can support them, but it's co-production. That doesn't just mean they have a say, it means they're accountable. That means they have to step up, they have to use their own civil authority tools, and I think NGOs and other bodies are well designed because they have that trust. Finally, we know that social capital built before disasters is the most important correlate with success after the disaster. So the more community teams you're on, the more friends your children have, the more parks you visit, the more dogs you hang out with other dogs, the more social elements equals social capital. That social capital turns out to be the most important part for reducing PTSD, for getting people to come back after the disaster, and for getting people to volunteer. So I'd like to recommend finally a book called Bowling Alone. And it's a book about how in the last 50 years, the number of people going to churches and community groups has gone down. And as it's gone down, people feel more lonely. And what Robert Kaplan talks about in the book is that the more we engage people in social activities every day, the more they'll be ready for disasters. No surprise particularly, but it's interesting that there's data to show that. And so the more we engage in knitting clubs and reading clubs and dog walking clubs and puzzle making clubs, we're more prepared for disasters because people are more willing to engage and go out of their comfort zone and engage in these types of trusting relationships.
It's worrying that the different community groups diminish, but there is a specific, let's say, place which is imposed, let's say, but very well that it's imposed and structured in the society, which are schools and education. I want to a little bit starting to wrap up and make the brackets with the keynote speaker and look at the role of schools and education, because that's where indeed we have this this other body, the school, that is there to educate our society. There we have face-to-face interaction between the teacher and the students. Technology can help, but it's not the basic of that, and that's why let's look at this in the third round of questions. Let's look at the education as strategic infrastructure for community resilience, and I start with Camila. To tell us a little bit, how do you think we can rethink the role of schools as infrastructure of public health and social resilience, particularly in light of overlapping crises such as climate change, pandemics, and forced migration?
Actually, I'm really happy to be asked this question after Mr. Professor had his speech, because schools in our societies have an amazing potential of building social resilience on crises if we look at them through very holistic framework, really holistic, and not only as the institution of education for kids, but as the sometimes the main institutions in all local society that actually impact on lives of many actors, parents, neighborhoods. So, and it's really highest time that we swift and shift from this reactive thinking to preventive thinking, combating physical, social, and democratic dimensions of resilience. And as parents, we were trying to diagnose what would have to happen that schools could bring a change, thinking about public health and also about resilience and also about the democratic values. And we created once guidelines for the local governments. And then we realized that actually what we described was the Scandinavian idea of schools of resilience that is actually based on creating, building or retrofitting the schools on such a ways that on one hand they have resilient infrastructure. So schools must be designed to be the energy efficient and climate adapted and multifunctional, also safe and inclusive and capable for functioning as temporary shelters and care points or coordination hubs sometimes when needed during emergencies. And second pillar of this approach of schools of resilience is actually treating schools as a social anchoring in the urban fabrics, because well-designed school environments can contribute to not only to climate adaptations. Actually, it's like this environment has an extraordinary potential to serve as inclusive infrastructure for all generations, and we know that a green and multifunctional public spaces attract people from everywhere. I mean, first kids start to appear there, then elderly people, then the adults like to spend time when the space is friendly and safe. And this is something that the urbanists discovered, planning cities like for 8-year-old and 80 years old, and always repeating, like Gil Penaloza is repeating, the very famous urbanist, that cities good for children and safe for children are good and safe and resilient for everyone and help us to prepare on crisis. So the infrastructure around school has this amazing potential to be transformed in such a way. And then when the space is not full of cars, noisy and polluted, it can also strengthen the social ties and that communities rely on during the difficult times. And also this well-designed and in general, urban planning as a part of the European Union policies that we are actually now facing, and it's a very good moment to see the public schools as one of the most important points of the urban planning. But what we need for that is a good legislation, of course, and political will, because it's not a quest of money, it's not a quest of special conditions, it's always a quest of political will. So we can mitigate and adapt to climate changes, but by good urban planning, especially around this area where, I will repeat it again, the most vulnerable people, the youngest one and the oldest one, can can profit from. So this settings support public health prevention by promoting safe and health and enhancing atmospheres for every generations. And the third pillar, except of the buildings and urban planning, the third pillar is this democratic engagement and empowerment that schools are. Actually, schools should be the living laboratories for democracy, the places that we allow young people to not only to learn from the adults, but also to take a responsibility, to take decisions. And there are so many solutions, obviously in Scandinavian countries, but not only, also in many Polish local, even small cities. I see these examples of allowing youth councils to create democratic structures in schools. Mainly, these are not public schools, and in our opinion, it should be part of the public education, because it helps also young people to realize the connection, to connect the dots, and to realize the connection between their wantings and their expectations. And I mean, they can judge if their decisions bring a good outcome. They can learn in practice. And besides, schools as space for climate education that is not just a separate subject, but is implemented in many other issues as it should be. And we hope and cross fingers that we in Poland are heading into these directions. And also a health education that is like so crucial, because then having health education implemented into our schools gives our young generations, but also the generations of adults, the tools to realize the disinformation and to be resilient on later on polarization. So to implement this idea of schools of resilience that we strongly advocate for, in especially among the local governments in Poland, it's necessary that we adults see a strategy, see like a distant profit. We stop thinking in short-term profit. We think that our decisions taken today will profit perhaps in 5 years, but perhaps in 5 years we have a huge crisis, and then we are prepared for that. So it's really worth to be more assertive, for example, to businesses that wants to be close to schools, and I don't know, like discounts, unhealthy food, and so on. If we look at the school spaces as our resilience strategies zones, then I think also our governors are courage enough to be more assertive for just for businesses that actually at the moment sometimes block this kind of solutions. So we see a hope here, and we are about to organize and initiate bigger discussion on that Schools of Resilience solution that we invite everyone to take a part in. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent example how to speak up and show what is from the bottom up needed for schools to be the resilient schools and the tool to build that resilience. Now, schools indeed are being built by the authorities, but also there is a lot on education that can be done by the NGOs. So I turn to Martin asking what specific action do non-governmental organizations take in the area of education and community preparation for crisis situation?
ZHP focus on helping young people develop essential life skills through programs such as workshops, camps, and community services. We teach vital skills like leadership, teamwork, problem solving, and resilience, including special technique like first aid, navigation, communication. This competition prepare young individual to handle emergencies effectively. What is important, we instill value that guide our action during crisis situations. Those values such as solidarity, responsibility and service to others motivate our members to act when challenges arise. We understand that having skills and knowledge is one aspect, but possessing the right attitude is equal crucial. ZHP not only teach practical skills, but also emphasize character development and ethical behaviors. By fostering those values, we cultivate a sense of commitment and willingness to assist others during difficult times. In ZHP, the school year 2024-2025 is designated as the year of the safety, where we engage in activity to build resilience within our community. We prepared a Be Prepared badge, encourages members to explore safety and community responsibility. Young members participate in the discussion about feeling safe when they feel safe, when not, and engage in community services, while others scouts organize drills and mentor younger people in our organization. We are now developing a new program, enhance specialized education within ZHP, emphasizing crisis awareness and appropriate behaviors during emergencies. This program consists of the 3 levels. The first one is the basic one, and it's the mini guides and this Be Prepared badge. Level 2 is cover badges and specialty courses for the older scouts, and level 3 is focused on the crisis management trainings, all of course tailored to the different age group, because you can become a scout if you have 6 years old, and there's no the oldest scout that you can be. These efforts aim strengthen our engagement in humanitarian and rescue operation and prepare us for the challenges of the 21st century. Overall, ZHP is committed to education and community preparedness, ensuring young people are equipped with skills, empowered to contribute and guided by the strong values. And I think that these 2 things, one is the skills, and the second is these values, what we as an organization can do in this aspect.
Thank you. Continuing of looking at schools, but also bringing the topic that we discussed at the very first round of questions, mental health. Victoria, what mental health prevention action should be taken in schools and other education institutions to prevent youth for crisis?
Maria, thank you so much for this question. What we should learn from the pandemic and the war, we must be prepared for unpredictable. COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine revealed how quickly children can lose access to support, safety and education. As a Empowering Children Foundation, in every year we prepare so many materials, lessons and documents for children, for youth, but also for teachers and for parents. So we are really encourage everyone to use this. Secondly, health education, in our opinion, should be obligatory and meaningful school subject. Every child in Poland deserves for the same level of knowledge. Health education can't be treated as something extra. Children need dedicated time and space to learn how they can take care of their physical, mental, emotional, and also sexual health. In the world full of pressure, threats, misinformation, but also violence, we need high-quality health education, because this is an investment in the safety and the future of entire generation. What is also important, we think that in every school should be informed about our helpline. 116-111 is a helpline for children in crisis. We should also really thinking about peer violence, because this is a problem. 66% children in Poland have experienced peer violence. We should do something with this, and I am really happy to announce that our organization will really soon inform about really big program. We invite every school in Poland to join for this program. And also what I would like to add is a dialogue between students, teachers, and parents, because sometimes there is a lot of conflict in school community. I think, and also I encourage everyone to build new trend of kindness and understanding, that we should really try to make this community healthier and better for children. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You mentioned the health training that should be part of the curriculum. Professor Barek, what lay training and public health diplomacy programs are most likely to work in helping communities understand their local dynamic, risks and resource available with their community to respond to a disaster?
Yeah, it's clear that when we say the word public health, it means different things to different people. A group of us for the last year, working with the WHO, has been working on what we call public health diplomacy. It includes partnerships with the European Public Health Association. It includes UNESCO. The idea is to really raise the understanding of what does public health mean to different peoples, at the level of schools, the level of community, the level of neighborhoods. We're going to have a big session of this at Bad Gastein in the European Health Policy Forum in September, October. What it means translating is we have to translate these words into actions that mean value for citizens. We failed during COVID to engage people on what was the do's. We focused on what was the don'ts. And therefore we got lots of unhappiness, distrust, and anger. That led to populism and shifting of public illiberal approaches. We've learned that we can engage people for these things, and so what that means is it means teaching kids in high school what public health is about. It means translating into active projects. It means translating into active membership, big brothers and sisters, not just for disadvantaged, for everybody. It means helping people understand that good public health is good, it's good economics. Societies in the world that have better health work better, live longer, have happier scores, and ultimately produce more resilience. And so public health diplomacy is moving it from an esoteric, academic, wonky term to something that's meaningful for people. So schools are public health anchors. They're powerful tools. For example, in some countries, we talked about Norway before. We're picking on Norway for a good reason, but in Norway, all kids are taught how to avoid drowning. So they have one of the lowest drowning rates in Europe. In Israel, high school kids are given tourniquets. There's no reason why high school kids can't use tourniquets. Those are very practical, easy to use. The point is that translating these highly technical things into very common things, using social media and animation and other things to bring it down to the level of common conversations, if you will, at the level of a 4th or 5th level reader. Our job often means that we write things that are too technical. And so part of public health diplomacy is translating these complex documents into something that can be read by a 5th grader. And if you don't know what that means, ask your kids if they read it. If they don't, we have fallen short. So that doesn't mean dumbing it down. It means simplifying it for action. That's what we call public health diplomacy. And so we want schools and teachers and principals to think about becoming public health active agents. That means departments of public health and ministries have to start talking to teachers, which is usually not their typical, usually they talk to Ministry of Education, but I actually think ministries of health have a lot to do to help teachers and principals and advocates for social networks, which will be part of a fabric of resilience. We've learned this after conflicts, both in Europe and other places, and it's something to think about how we can invest not just for crises, but it's a dual investment. You invest every day, so it supports the community, and then in times of crises, they're ready to engage, to volunteer, and of course, to become active agents of change.
Thank you. we have 20 minutes, and usually we could open the floor for questions, but I told you we have a surprise, and we'll do it a little bit different. So we will actually now ask you questions. So you become the active, engaged part of our panel. I think it's important that, as we said, we co-produce, we all together feed into design of proper policies, and also your answers will allow us to build better reports to be back. So we prepared a set of questions. There will be Slido, and so it will be important that you really take time to write into the Slido your answers. Of course, silence is always scary. So I will go out of the stage, and in those questions I will try to find a victim that will talk to us and answer the questions. So it will be very dynamic. So first of all of you will get the Slido, and while you are responding, some brave people from the public will also tell us their answers beforehand. So I already saw a couple of volunteers, but I hope that there will be the real ones, not the first ones. So
you have to take out your phones. Everybody has a phone. Point to the Slido. If you have a problem, just raise your hand and we'll help you. And the Slido works, so every question you answer, it goes to the next question. And Maria has the questions, so she's going to be wandering around. Does everybody have access to the Slido app? Is anybody having any problems with access? Fantastic. So now we need some music in the background, right?
Exactly. But yeah, well, first, while you are answering the questions, I will read the first question, and I'll see whether there's anyone that would like from the public to answer this question. And the question is, what are the most pressing health security issues you and your community are facing? Is there any volunteer? Anyone from representing the Ministry of Health? Well, we had a very active organizers, so I will pick up on Katarzyna.
You guys too.
So that she can tell us while you are responding to all the other questions.
Thank you very much, Maria. I think that I can make some advantage of keeping the mic answering this question. What are the most pressing health security issues you and your community are facing? Now I would like to respond as a mother, not as a civil servant, okay? Because, of course, thank you for this session and this panel with so much girl power supported by men. I feel safe now as a mother, as a civil servant, because we know all that we need each other together. But to answer the question, the most pressing health security issue, for me is lack of information. What I should do as a mother, together with my children, when we face the crisis. I mean, not the epidemic crisis, but the crisis connected with the security. I think that we all need the information, not only I as a civil servant, not only as the government representative, but as a mother, what I should do. Also, I think that we need some more information dedicated to kids, as you already mentioned, that we need multi-sectoral education, but always connected with health. Also, my children should have knowledge what we should do as the society, as the community, when we are facing each kind of health crisis. So I think that in a general point of view, I feel the lack of knowledge for kids, for adults, because as a civil servant, I'm very well informed. As the governmental representatives, I'm very well informed. But as a mother, as a civil, I think that we are facing lack of knowledge. So I'm really glad that Ministry of National Education are providing this specially dedicated subject to schools, because in my opinion it will make our society as European Union member states, it will make us much more safer. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you very much, and I hope that you are looking at different questions. So let's pick up another question and another volunteer. How can all partners work together to address the crisis in capacity in healthcare and public health staffing? Any volunteers?
Maybe Maria, as they're thinking about, how many of you have a shortage of physicians or nurses in your hospitals or communities or public health services? Just one hand. All of the rest, you have too many doctors and nurses and public health workers?
I think we can pass the microphone to the volunteer.
Yes, thank you. I'm volunteering Ministry of Health of Latvia. Of course, we lack resources, but I think what you were mentioning in this last panel, it's also about listening. And I think you have to give applause to all the audience that's still here and still listening. Because we have our own scenarios. I was just talking to my colleague from UK that I have phone a scenario from home, what needs to be answered, what needs to be done. And that's the narrative what you're all asking comes from the agendas we have. And sometimes they are conflicting, sometimes they are complementing. I think it also comes to respecting each other's time. Because just like you said, the network of cooperation, it's not out of nowhere. It has to be built. Just like you today were creating it on the stage. So, yeah, a lot of tough questions, but I think we all are standing on the eve of reimagining healthcare. We have to reshift a lot of things. And, of course, NGOs play a very important role, but also us in daily lives. So thank you for having this conference and for having us here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we're listening. You are listening. You are still with us. You're participating now. Thank you very much for being so proactive. But we will need more interventions. The next one. How to initiate the higher education study directions that are particularly relevant to health security and healthcare system preparedness? Anyone from Ministries of Education?
Maybe a corollary question. How many of you have a training for disaster and emergency in nursing schools, medical schools, public health schools, social worker schools? How many of you, by show of hands, actively require or have training in your health professional schools? Just for the record, just look around. No hands went up, okay? So this is the gap, right? So we're not training.
Yeah, I would like to add something to this answer because together with Health and Environment Alliance in Poland, we were organizing some campaigns exactly meeting these issues that you've asked in the questionnaire. And some of doctors that are in the alliance, like the great experts from Poland, they even told us that they made research on the knowledge of the professionals dealing with the cardiovascular diseases or pulmonologists and so on. And they've discovered in this research that our doctors, our Polish doctors, know less about the environmental causes of the most popular chronic diseases in Poland than patients. And then they've made the research, doctors made the research, how many hours Polish students of medicine are being taught the environmental issues during their 5 years of studies, and it was 1.5. So this is one of the most urgent issues for address to the Ministry of Health. And today I had pleasure to talk to someone who is in charge of the Department of Public Health, and to hear that it's on the radar, and there will be hopefully progress in that. Yes.
Hello, everyone. I'm probably the only one from Ukraine here. So in our university, Kyiv Medical University, it is obligatory for our students and residents to learn tactic medicine courses, stop the bleed, and we implement also some Red Cross courses like BAC, Basic Emergency Care, Well, for us it's reality, because our kids, the parents of the kids, they go to work after a sleepless night, it's our reality now in Ukraine. So for medical schools, it's the requirement to have the training in this field, considering the unsafety time that we live now. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, we learn from disasters, but we need to prepare before as well. But this is really, really incredible how you managed to cope. The last question, has everyone finished answering to the Slido? Who answered already to Slido? Have you? Yes? You are scared not to raise hands because you think that you need to speak. But I still hope that you finished. So really, it's important that you answer to all the questions, and it's important that, because this will feed up also into our reports, it's important that you participate, because the preparedness is collective responsibility. We talked about public authorities, media, education, training, cultural institutions, youth, civil organizations, social partners, business, local networks, communities, and citizens from early age, all play a vital role, and you as well. And that's why it's so important that you participate, you take part in these discussions, even that you are in the public. And that's why we also wanted to do a little bit more interactive part. We looked at the whole of government approach, which brought together different levels. We had in our panel the WHO's, the representative, the EU representative, the national government representative, the NGOs. So this is something that is very, very important. Key elements that came up with our panel: mental health, preparedness, prevention, and so important, the education and the role of school education, and role of school and school as a resilience. And then finally also we looked at the whole of hazard approach, when we not only look at health, but in general everything that affects health, because health alone will not be able to be prepared. We need to look at every different area of our policy, of our society, and only where we really look at this very, very holistic approach, we will be able to be prepared. So it's better to be prepared. Let's hope we'll never need to use this preparedness, but we need to be prepared. So thank you very much to all the panelists. Thank you very much to the public for taking a part in our panel, and thank you very much to the Polish Presidency for organizing and inviting us for the third session.
Thank you very much again. I think that my intuition is really good, that because this first session was really, really exciting and involving, as we could see. And I also think that it is a really great summary, not only for today's conference, but also for our previous conference, because we all learned that, first of all, we need one each other, and you know that we know as the human beings that we need other people, we need the society, and we as the government representatives, we know that we need non-governmental organizations to cooperate in the process of preparedness and process of answering the crisis. So thank you very much again. And now I think that it's time to close our conference. That's why I would like to invite again Madam Minister Katarzyna Kacperczyk for some final remarks.
Thank you very much. This is probably the most challenging task I got after the whole day of very interesting and smart discussions. So it's little left to say. So maybe I will start with thank you. Thank you very much to all of you for joining us today, for your contribution, for your insight, for your dedication. Again, thank you very much. I think it's not the end. It's just the starting point. it's not only, I was thinking this is an excellent inspiration, but when I was listening what about, I mean, what you are doing, about the example you have given of practical actions, I thought it's not an inspiration. It's in fact an invitation to action. It's an activation. So thank you very much again to all of you for this activation. And listening to the discussions today, I have a clear message. The health security is not an isolated phenomena. It's in fact interconnected, intersectional, and inclusive. And this year we are, as you all know, because we gather under the Polish presidency today, so this year we have promoted, or we are promoting across Europe, a very powerful message, the security of the European Union. And as you know, we have identified 7 pillars of this security. It's political, military, energy, food, economy, digital, and health. And over the last months, I was advocating everywhere. So I'm so happy that health is one of the 7 pillars of this security. But after today's discussions here in Krakow, I think I was wrong. Health is not the 7th pillar of the 7th of the pillars we are identified during our presidency. It's actually the foundation and everything of every single pillar we have identified as our priority. When we talk about the political security, health is there. Wherever we have a crisis situation, it's political dimension of health as well. When we talk about military, we have discussed today also about the military conflict and health responses to the military conflict. The same issue when we talk about food, which is actually determining the quality of our life, the longevity, and actually the quality of and the stand of our health. So everything is very interconnected and interlinked. We have talked today also about digital aspects in the context of cybersecurity. This is also pertaining to health. So health is not one of the pillars. Health is everywhere, in every single pillar, as it should be also in every sectorial policy we're discussing, both nationally but also in the European Union. And we have discussed a lot about building resilience, adapting of the regulatory framework, adapting system to new challenges, new security challenges. But the last panel showed us probably in the most clear and really powerful way. Health security is not about system and regulations only. It's about people. It's about every person in every place having right to live in security, safety, dignity, and care. So again, thank you very much again for being with us, and we hope that we will be able to collaborate and bring forward the messages, the recommendations, the actions we have discussed today. So looking forward to further cooperation and again, thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Madam Minister. That's it. Thank you very much for all the participants, all speakers, moderators, and listeners. I think that we faced 2 days of really, really important topics, especially today. Thank you for being us, and see you later during other events of the Polish presidency. Thank you.